Okay, good morning. If you can remain standing for a short prayer and meditation. Thank you very much. You may be seated. How did you arrange this file? Okay, honorable members, I think we can start with our meeting now. Okay, good morning to the Honorable Premier, who has tendered his apology. Morning also to the members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature. There's someone who has logged into the virtual platform in the House. If you could log out, that's why we have feedback. Someone in the House has logged in. Please log out so that we avoid this feedback that we have. So I was also greeting the Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, ladies and gentlemen. Baagi ba Gauteng le bagolo ba rona, dumelang. We don't have any announcements by the Speaker, but we do have an announcement by Member Ali. Member Ali.
Thank you so much, Speaker. A very good morning to yourself and good morning to the members in the House. I wish to announce that history was made on the 5th of October 2025. That was the day on which Build 1SA, Rise Mzansi, and the Good Party came together. They set their differences aside and they put South Africa first. A day in which Unite for Change was birthed. A new political party to contest the upcoming local government elections, bringing hope and action to communities and the nation at last. We are united for change under one name, one set of electoral lists, one shared platform, and one purpose. Our founding leaders, Council, brings together a diverse and experienced leadership that recognizes that true strength comes from unity of purpose. The members of this Leaders' Council are Dr. Musi Maimane, Minister Patricia de Lille, Songezi Zibi MP, Nobuntu Hlazo Webster MP, MEC Vuyiswa Ramokgopa, and MPP Brett Heron. We are well and truly led. But for those in this august House who have become accustomed to my musings, Chief Whip, you'll be glad to know that BOSA, Good and Rise remain fully intact as entities with their current electoral mandates and responsibilities honored in full. That means that current councillors, MPs, MPLs will continue to serve under existing party brands as we are elected to do. So that means until further notice, Chief Whip, my default position will remain my foot on your neck, at least until now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Ali. Honorable members, we also have a statement by the member of the Executive Council in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1, subsection 2. MEC Motara.
Thank you very much, Speaker. To you and the Honourable Premier, members of the Executive Council and esteemed members of this House, at the heart of our democratic project lies a fundamental promise that every South African has the right to dignity, which includes the right to adequate housing. For the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, this is not a slogan. It is the daily work of building communities, protecting the integrity of our housing programs, and ensuring that allocation processes are lawful, transparent, and compassionate. In recent days, the situation in Boikatlong, Ward 36, has once again placed the issue of human settlement delivery under the public microscope. The concerns expressed by residents and civil society are not being taken lightly. As government, we are called to respond with facts, accountability, and empathy. The Department of Human Settlements entered into a development agreement with Setsque to develop a mixed-use housing development on land owned by themselves. However, a portion of this land was subsequently illegally invaded, and this compelled the developer to obtain an eviction order through the courts, which they did. Illegal occupiers of the land claim that this has not been the case. The developer has continued to construct houses as per the development agreement with the department, and after an extensive verification process of the residents of the informal settlement, not once, not twice, but several times, confirmed the details of the residents. Several engagements with residents of that informal settlement have been undertaken, led by the ward councillor, MMC, and supported by the developer and the department. The verification produced facts that there were residents who qualified for housing and others who did not, amongst them non-South Africans as well as those who had been beneficiaries of housing before. Of the 324 residing there, 214 qualified for approval. The department commenced with allocations in August this year, and in the first round of allocations, a total of 154 beneficiaries received homes and 60 await their allocations. Agreements have been reached with the municipality that the informal settlement must not be allowed to grow. Unfortunately, the municipality has not adhered to enforcing bylaws. I received frantic calls last week alerting me to the fact that the developer is proceeding with evictions and that there were at least 45 elderly that would be affected and that they be prioritized to occupy the 60 units at various levels of completion. I wish to place on record that we will not allow for the occupation of partially completed houses, and thus I refused the request. But what became unsettling was that this group of so-called 45 elderly consisted of non-South Africans as well as 12 applicants who received and occupied their homes in August this year. This is a clear demonstration that some amongst us have not respected the rule of law. They have not respected the fact that the democratic government have used public funds to restore their dignity and have rather opted to either allow others to occupy their homes and went back to the informal settlement, or believe that our system and processes are so weak that they would be allocated a second home. Either way, the investigation will reveal which of the two it has been, and the law will certainly take its course. Fraud or perjury are both criminal activities.
MC?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just wish to state that we do not support the illegal occupation of land, whether owned by government or private developers. This hampers our ability to provide houses for those who qualify, and those who qualify will be urged to take occupation of their houses so that we can reduce the informal settlements in the province. Thank you very much.
Okay. Honourable members, we have received 10 member statements, and using the Speaker's discretion, I'm going to allow all 10 member statements. Member Ngobeni, and I'm going to be very strict with the time. Remember, you have only 2 minutes.
Yes, Honourable Speaker. Let's start this member statement by congratulating Action SA Northwest for their historic victory in Ward 7, Ramusiri Mulwa Municipality. Speaker, the past week also marked 1 year since inauguration of Mayor Dr. Nasipi Moya multi-party coalition government in the city of Tshwane. A year that has proven that principled leadership underpinned by collaboration can indeed rescue a city once written off as ungovernable. When this administration assumed office, Tshwane was on life support. Decades of financial recklessness and political neglect had left our capital city paralyzed, a municipality collapsing under the weight of its debts, decaying infrastructure, and communities divided by geography and inequality. Honourable members, that is no longer the Tshwane we speak of today. In just 12 months, this coalition, led with integrity and competence, has begun to rewrite Tshwane's history. A fully funded budget has been passed for the first time in years. Eskom debt has been reduced from 6.7 billion to 5.6 billion. The Tshwane Investment Summit attracted 86 billion in pledges, signalling renewed investor confidence. The city achieved 1.9 billion surplus in the first quarter of this financial year. More jobs were created in Tshwane last quarter than in Cape Town, Johannesburg, and Ekurhuleni combined. Over 220 kilometers of roads have been resurfaced and 78% of reported potholes repaired. 3,368 title deeds have been handed over, restoring dignity to families who waited for decades. And 14.4 billion in unauthorized, irregular and wasteful expenditure has been placed under active investigation. This is not a coincidence, it is competence. It is a product of ethical, hands-on government that places service above slogans and citizens above politics. Honourable Speaker, the decision to remove a failing administration and replace it with coalition government in accountability has been indeed vindicated. Congratulations to the coalition government led by Mayor
Thank you very much, Honourable Ngobeni. Honourable Meso. Honourable Meso, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Today is exactly 112 years since the colonial government passed into law the Land Act 1913. As Umkhonto weSizwe, we explicitly pronounce in the People's Mandate, pillar number 2, to reclaim our land and minerals resources. We want to reclaim the land and natural resources that were forcefully and violently taken from indigenous people and redistribute it to the people equitably through the instrumentality of the democratic state. As Umkhonto weSizwe, we hold a firm view that the land must belong to the state under the custodian of traditional leaders. This will address the plight of our people and their access to land, as in the case of frustrations faced with some of the traditional council like Sokhulumi Traditional Council. This council is for Amandebele Ganzuza Sokhulumi under Inkosi MP Mahlangu II. The Sokhulumi Traditional Council is made up of the population of over 3,000 people covering areas such as Bronkhorstspruit, Ekangala, part of Rooiport Farm, 440 JR Sokhulumi Village, in Vlakfontein 453 JR, located in Ward 105 of the city of Tshwane in Gauteng province. Speaker, sadly, the traditional authority has no authority over the land. The traditional authority is unable to have control over the land, despite the fact that the community relies heavily on land for their economy and other cultural activities. The community of Sokhulumi have built their economy around land, as they are small-scale farmers who are handcrafted projects.
Time, Honourable Meso. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable Msimanga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Please allow me to start off in this manner.
Is today in this House as law enforcement agencies. They are here to fight crime. They are here no longer relying on social grants. They are here no longer relying on handouts. They are here permanently employed to go and fight crime in our townships.
Okay, just hold on. Chief Whip.
My time, Madam Speaker, is my time paused.
Speaker.
Yeah, your time is on hold.
Speaker, in terms of the rules, what Member Msimanga has done has to be done through permission through you. So I want to ask if Member Msimanga has had express permission from you, like Member Dr. Bloom, who brings billboards and everything here, from you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Whip. It will be looked at. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Chief Whip. This is part of the sitting. This is part of the recordings of the sitting, so I can't bring it up. It can be part of the minutes or whatever the case is, so it is legal for me to bring it. This is evidence of how Premier Panyaza Lesufi has lied to the people of Gauteng, has lied to the 6,000 young people that have been employed to be fighting crime only to be turned into chickens in a wolf den, where they have actually then been allowed to go and roam the streets without any kind of proper, adequate, accredited training. They have been lied to. Some of them have died and their deaths have been hidden. Some of them have been injured and that has not actually been recorded. And in fact, Premier Lesufi continued to lie, because I've met with some of the Mapanyazas, I've met with the coordinators who are saying to us that the truth of what happened in Davidton is not what Panyaza Lesufi is coming to tell you, the people of Gauteng. What happened there is that the people were actually going to patrol and were patrolling when they met with, with gangsters and met with thugs on the road, but they were not a single police person in that vehicle as per the required norm. This is a problem that is sitting there. And when we raised this thing, and Tateli Sufi said we are lying, but we have allowed these young people to continue to risk their lives, Madam Speaker, and this cannot continue to happen. We want, yes, the enforcement to then take place, but it needs to be accredited. It needs to be properly budgeted for. There needs to be coordination between the South African Police Service and this, this team that is there. And this is something that we are asking Tateli Sufi to stop putting risk of, or putting life of our young people at risk, and ensure that there's adequate training, accredited training, and there's future prospects of these young people for them to be able to then do what needs to be done. This is what the people of Gauteng deserves, and this is what they need, not a premier that lies to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Msimang. Honorable Bloom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The DA welcomes the interim report of the SIU, which has detailed how more than 2 billion rand was siphoned off by 9 criminal syndicates from the Tembisa Hospital over 4 years. This was achieved through a network of fake companies charging outrageous prices for goods that weren't even delivered. We have seen the luxury furniture, cars and artwork seized by the asset forfeiture unit from the house of Mr. Hangwani Morgan Maumela, the kingpin of the largest syndicate which got 816 million rand in fraudulent contracts from the hospital. Now, we know that Mr. Maumela has strong ruling party connections, including a reported association with Mr. Benjadi Chauke, who is close to President Cyril Ramaphosa, and is the cousin of Andile Ramaphosa, the president's son from his first marriage. People are justifiably outraged by the contrast between Maumela's luxury living and the poor conditions for patients at the overcrowded and dilapidated Tembisa Hospital. We have seen how former Gauteng Premier hid a 3 million rand Aston Martin in her garage. Now we see Mr. Maumela's fleet of even more expensive cars, including 3 Lamborghinis that cost more than 80 million rand. Now, this is what you've got. 3 of these. Can you just imagine? I mean, makes former Premier look like a cheapskate with the Aston Martin. Now, the 2 billion rand stolen from Tembisa Hospital could have paid for 500 more doctors in a year, 1,000 more nurses, 20 MRI machines, another 20 CAT scan machines, 10 new clinics, 4 LINAC radiation machines, and 500 ICU beds. On their own, just these Lamborghinis could have bought 2 desperately needed MRI machines that would have saved the lives of hundreds of patients. It is outrageous that people are stealing money that is meant for healing. The DA will leave no stone unturned in recovering this money so it can be spent in our hospitals and clinics. We are saying today, pay back the money.
Time, Honorable Bloom. Thank you. Honorable Gentile.
Honourable Speaker, in accordance to Rule 81, I table the following member statement to compliment Gauteng Provincial Government on the Nasespani program that promises to create 45,000 youth opportunities. Somlomo namalungu onkalendlu wisomthetho ndiyanibulisa namhlanje. Namhlanje we want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Gauteng Provincial Government led by Premier Panyaza Lesufi. Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi's leadership has been instrumental in the ongoing rollout of the Nasespani program in our province. This represents a significant commitment to addressing unemployment and restoring the dignity of our despondent youth across the province. From the 15th of September, extensive training has begun for thousands of young participants. This will gain them practical skills in areas such as plumbing, welding, ICT, bricklaying, electrical work, and more, while receiving a stipend to support themselves. And of course, these life-changing opportunities are offered by the ANC-led Provincial Government of Unity at no cost attached to the beneficiaries. Honourable members were pleased of the announcement of over 45,000 opportunities to young people over the next months that will be rolled out to help rebuild revitalization Gauteng and revitalize Gauteng communities and drive economic transformation. We commend the NASIS Spanish program for its notable efforts to empower the young people of this province and to revive the economy of Gauteng Cities region. This all to ignite the real transformation through massive employment program across the province. Sitike somlomo ngacho kuhulumende wabantu okhokhelwe nguPremier Panyaza Lesufi. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honourable Gentile. Honourable Musai.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and good morning to all members. Lebatuba Gauteng. The African National Congress in Gauteng remains in full support of President Cyril Ramaphosa's decision announced on the 13th of July 2025 to appoint the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, which was established on the 23rd of July 2025. This important step reflects our unwavering commitment to transparency, accountability, and the renewal of ethical leadership across all arms of government. The Commission gives practical expression to the ANC's 55th National Conference resolutions, which affirm our determination to fight corruption and promote clean governance as the foundation for improved service delivery. Corruption not only diverts resources meant for the people, but also erodes confidence in state institutions, and it weakens the fabrics of our democracy and compromises the moral standing of those entrusted with public office. Equally, the ANC believes that integrity within the security and justice sectors is central to safeguarding our nation. When those entrusted with the protection of the Republic engage in criminal conduct, they endanger national security and they place the lives and safety of South Africans at risk. The ANC therefore expresses its absolute hatred for criminal activities that undermine the state and betray the trust of the people. This instance is rooted in the enduring wisdom of the Freedom Charter, which declares that all shall be equal before the law. It is this principle that guides our pursuit of justice and equality, ensuring that no individual, regardless of rank, position, is above the law. We therefore implore on all political parties to unite in defending integrity, justice, and accountability as pillars of a capable and ethical state. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Musai. Honourable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Speaker, honourable members and the people of Gauteng, this week thousands of young South Africans in Gauteng take their seats to write the 2025 Matric National Senior Certificate and IEP examinations, a defining moment that crowns years of dedication, resilience and hard work. On behalf of the ANC caucus, the Education Study Group, I rise to salute and wish the Matric class of 2025 every success. This is more than just another year of a set of examinations. It is the doorway to your future, the platform upon which you will build opportunities for yourselves, your families, and our nation. Gauteng is ready. A total of 188,057 candidates will write their NCS exams across 1,007 centers. Under the leadership of the MEC Matume Chilwane, learners have been thoroughly prepared through extra classes, study camps, targeted support for underperforming schools, and strengthening learning infrastructure. Drawing from previous years, we know that the results will speak for themselves. In 2024, Gauteng achieved an 88.4 pass rate, ranking among the top 3 provinces nationally. Our comprehensive support programs have played a pivotal role in sustaining this success. Honourable Speaker, this journey requires all of us as parents, as guardians and communities to create calm, quiet spaces that protect learners from distractions, protests and disruptions. Let us protect the future of our province and our country by safeguarding learners' right to learn, to write, and to succeed. To the class of 2025, we say to you, stand tall, stay focused, and write with courage. You are the torchbearers of our democratic promise, the innovators, the leaders, and the nation builders of tomorrow. Your success is our collective triumph. Good luck to all the matriculants. May your hard work be rewarded, and may your future shine bright. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Ali.
Thank you so much for your indulgence, Speaker, and good morning to you once again. I listened to the radio yesterday and I was greatly disturbed when an expert warned that South Africa was on the brink of collapse. He described ours as a nation on the verge of being a mafia state. The warning signs were all there, he stated, chief among them the rampant unemployment, slow economic growth, and the rise in illicit income generation. But all was not lost, he said, if only the country could find ways to encourage private sector confidence, boost investment, and stimulate business and entrepreneurship towards job creation. So how can it be then that 6 tenants who have occupied the Soweto Empowerment Zone, some for over 12 years, manufacturing shoes, bags, clothes, ceramics, tombstones, and car parts, all while creating more than 60 jobs and supporting countless families, how can it be that they are hounded by the Johannesburg Property Company and threatened with eviction? Surely we need more such township businesses, not less. They ought to be protected, not persecuted, helped and not hindered. Instead, the city has taken them to court and lost, by the way, with costs. Yet it continues to bully the entrepreneurs who are producing products that are proudly made in Soweto. We call on the COGTA MEC, the Economic Development MEC, and the Joburg Mayor to intervene in this matter. Stop the harassment of these hard-working manufacturers and stop it now. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ali. Honorable Mikwe, is she online? Honorable Mikwe? Oh, you're presenting on... Oh. Okay, proceed, Doctor.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, members at large, and the Gauteng citizens. On behalf of Member Mekwe, I'm going to deliver the member statement. On the 29th September 2025, the Public Service Commission presented its report to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, highlighting both progress and persistent governance challenges within the Gauteng provincial government. The PSC continues to promote the constitutional values of the accountability, professionalism, and integrity in the line of Chapter 10 of our Constitution and in line of the ANC 55th National Conference resolution on building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. It influences recruitment, reforms, ethical leadership, and digitization reflects the ANC commitment to a modern, people-centered public service. However, the PSC findings reveals areas of concern. Critical leadership positions, including chief financial officers and deputy directors, remain vacant, weakening the administrative capacity. The PSC also raised alarm about prolonged costly suspensions, some lasting several years. The ANC notes with this grave concern, contradicting its call for effective consequence management and timely disciplinary processes. Service delivery inspection further expose poor infrastructure and unreliable IT systems at key service points, reaffirming the ANC resolution that digital transformation and infrastructure maintenance must be prioritized. Honorable Speaker, guided by the PSC findings and ANC resolutions, we must and will strengthen leadership stability, fill funded posts, and uphold ethical governance to deliver quality service to our people. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masuku. Honorable Makwala. Member statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the economic freedom fighters would like to make it categorically clear that the suspension of the HOD of the Department of Health and Wellness could not have came sooner. In fact, Madam Speaker, we believe that the several allegations made against the HOD, Mr. Mulwanto, were sufficient enough to have him not being appointed in the first place. Mr. Mulwanto's tenure in the past as both the CEO of Emergency Services as well as Chief Director in the Special Projects Directorate were not without allegations of corruption and maladministration. We stand here today with an open case whose basis is informed by a well-placed whistleblower concerning his role in several cases of tender irregularities between service providers and institutions under the Department of Health. Yet, Honourable Speaker, the Premier chose to appoint Mr. Mulwanto despite reservations concerning his standing with regards to fraud-related investigations within the department. As the economic freedom fighters, we can only call this situation as it is. It is worth noting that in a sworn affidavit presented by the whistleblower, Mr. Mulwanto is named as one of the 3 officials implicated in the receiving of kickbacks from a certain BAS Medepress spanning over 2 years and to the tune of 10 million. As if this was not incriminating enough, the Special Investigate Unit is also investigating further fraud charges with regards to Mr. Mulwanto's involvement in procurement and tender rigging at the departments Masakane, Cook and Fritz. The decision to appoint Mr. Mulwanto in April 2024, an appointment which is also mired in controversy regarding his qualifications at the time. That decision and even the decision to retain him when major changes were being made by the Premier in August of this year have whether directly or indirectly allowed him to continue his untransparent and shady dealings within the department. It has been his continued presence within the department that has tainted this department as well as the Premier's inability to act swiftly and decisively in the face of impunity. Whatever misconduct, wrongdoing, and corruption that the Special Investigation Unit has found and is surely still to find against Mr. Mulwanto, let this House and indeed the people of Gauteng know that those findings also fall squarely on the shoulders of the Premier and those in the department that failed to act even when the writing was on the wall.
Thank you very much, Honourable Makwala. Honourable members, in terms of giving notice of a motion, in terms of Rule 121, there's none. Motion without notice in terms of Rule 120, there is. Honourable Chief Whip or the Deputy Chief Whip? Where is the Chief Whip? The Deputy Chief Whip is there. He can read the motion. Okay. Proceed, Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I, Member Ntsako Kevin Mohove, the Deputy Chief Whip, hereby tables the following motion in terms of Rule 121 and Rule 122 as follows. Noting that the following report was programmed for today's House sitting of Tuesday, 21 October 2025. The consideration of the Petition Standing Committee Second Quarterly Performance Report for the 2025-2026 financial year. We further noting that the following reports were not programmed for today's House sitting of Tuesday, 21 October 2025. Consideration of the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and Legislature report on the final voting mandate on the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill. The consideration of the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and Legislature report on the final voting mandate on the Public Service Amendment Bill. Therefore, we request the House resolves to defer the consideration of Petition Standing Committee Second Quarterly Performance Report for the 2025-2026 financial year to the House sitting of Tuesday, 11 November 2025. Also to include the all above mentioned reports on final voting mandate to the orders of today's House sitting of Tuesday, 21 October 2025. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chief Whip. Is there a seconder? Thank you very much, Honourable Moriarty. Honourable members, we now move to apologies. We have before us an apology from Honourable Mekwe due to family bereavement. Honourable Tulani Ndlovu, who's writing an exam, Honorable Ezrali Swalo, together with Honorable Hickling, Honorable Dos Santos, Honorable Bronwyn Engelbrecht, and Honorable Waters. All of them are out of the country on a study tour. Honorable Kutatselo Rasidingwali is on urgent party business. And Honorable Maile is attending a national extended budget meeting with the Minister of Finance and the President in Cape Town. And the Premier is also unable to join us today because he is also attending the extended cabinet meeting. So those are the apologies that I received, honorable members. Nothing else was forwarded to me. So, yeah. We then move to, and those members that are attending online, it's not an apology. So they are deemed to be present in the House. Honorable members, we have in our presence stakeholders. We have members of the community from the West Rand region. We also have members of the community from Puorki, the Johannesburg region, and we also have members of the community from Ekurhuleni. Ra le amogela bagolo ke le gopotse ka tlhompho gore a le participate mo se se iragalang mo ntlong, a le tse dinepe, a le phapate matsogo, le ka nna la smile though. Yeah, that is allowed. That's the only thing se re se allowang. Ra le amogela bagolo. Secretary, could you please read the first order? First order, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Consideration of the Committee for the Scrutiny of Subordinate Legislation's second quarterly performance report for the 2025-2026 financial year.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mokgobe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Chair of the Committee, Mayor Matsiri Somfikwe, I'll be presenting the CSSL report. Of course, Madam Speaker, the report is to evaluate the CSSL second quarter performance by comparing the committee's performance against our quarterly targets. The report is aligned to the committee's strategic objectives, namely lawmaking, oversight and scrutiny, as well as stakeholder engagement. Moreover, the report identifies areas of weaknesses and provides recommendations where necessary to ensure redirection of focus in pursuit of ultimately achieve the annual objectives and targets as set out in the CSSL 2025-2026 annual performance plan. Our committee activities, in terms of our strategic objectives, the committee activities unfolded as follows. In terms of the standing on lawmaking, in terms of the standing rules of the legislature and the CSSL, the regulations are referred by the executive to the CSSL for scrutiny and consideration. In the quarter under review, Madam Speaker, there were no regulations referred to the committee for scrutiny. In terms of oversight and scrutiny, in the quarter under review, the committee conducted 2 post-legislative scrutiny oversight as follows. The committee in the quarter under review conducted 2 post-legislative scrutiny oversight on the implementation of the Gauteng Health regulations relating to fees payable at the provincial hospitals. The purpose of the oversight was to evaluate the impact of regulations that were passed in the previous years to ascertain whether they are being implemented appropriately and does not have any socio-economic impact of the citizens or organizations it meant to regulate. The following are the areas that the committee visited. The committee conducted oversight in Tshwane, the post-legislative scrutiny oversight on the Gauteng Health revision of uniform patient fee schedule related to fees payable at the provincial hospitals. The hospitals visited were Mamelodi Hospital and Steve Biko Academic Hospital. The committee conducted another oversight visit in Sidibeng region at Kopanong Hospital and Sebokeng Hospital. The post-legislative scrutiny on the Gauteng Health revision of uniform patient fee schedule related to fees payable at the provincial hospital. The following are some of the challenges highlighted during the visit. These are some of the challenges that we met up with: that illegal foreigners or immigrants required health services without paying for those services, that they provide false and incorrect personal information to be able to receive the service or be allowed to get the service. Those are illegal immigrants. Many foreign nationals are untraceable due to lack of valid identification or permanent addresses, making debt collection and cost recovery difficult. Another issue raised was of an unknown man bringing foreign pregnant women daily who are on the verge of giving birth and claiming to be a father of all the children of all these women, which poses a health risk hazard for the personnel who has to assist these women. The communication on the tariff adjustment was generally poor. Hospitals highlighted that there's no communication on the process. They merely receive the circular with the new fees to implement. In some cases, the circular is received a day before the implementation date, which leaves little time to inform the public about the new fees. Formal and more visible posters reflecting the annual tariff amendments supplied by the department were not distributed to hospitals annually. As a result, some hospitals use A4 papers to display the new tariffs, while others simply do not place any alternative notice on the notice board and thus disadvantaging the public. The lack of biometric system such as TransUnion makes it difficult for hospitals to implement the UPFS regulations effectively, thus, amongst others, leading to financial losses for the provincial government. The large amounts of debts owed to hospitals by fee-paying patients is quite alarming and requires special attention by the department. The high levels of debts not recovered are largely due to several factors, including incorrect information provided by patients. A full detailed post-legislative oversight report on the findings and recommendations will then be finalized by the committee in due course. In the quarter under review, the committee conducted 3 meetings as follows. On the 7th of August 2025, the committee convened a meeting to consider and adopt the third term program between the term 29 July to 26 September. Convened a meeting to deliberate an adoption of committee first quarterly performance report. Convened a meeting for discussions and way forward on the Gauteng Roads and Transport Regulations 2025. On the 13th to the 15th of August, the committee convened a workshop on the Gauteng scrutiny of subordinate legislation amendment so that members of the committee are able to thoroughly understand the role of the committee. Of course, we focused on the constitutional and legal framework, legislation, of course, the scrutiny of Subordinate Legislation Act, in-depth presentations, of course, and discussions were the order of the day, discussions on the areas of possible amendment to the scrutiny of Subordinate Legislation Act. On the 21st of August 2025, the committee convened a meeting and oversight with Mamelodi Hospital and Steve Biko Academic Hospital in Tshwane region. On the 11th of September 2025, the committee convened an oversight with Kopanong and Sebokeng Hospital in Sidibeng region on the post-legislative scrutiny on Gauteng Health revision of uniform patient fee schedule. On the 18th of September 2025, the committee convened a meeting to consider and adopt the following report: the deliberation and adoption of the committee second quarterly performance report for the year 2025-2026. In terms of stakeholder engagement, in the quarter under review, the committee had stakeholder engagement with different hospital managements of the post-legislative scrutiny on the Gauteng Health revisions of the UPFS relating to fees payable at the provincial hospitals.
As you move to adoption,
As we move to adoption, Madam Speaker, the plans which were set out in the second quarter of the 2025-2026 financial year with regards to the implementation of the committee's strategic objectives have been achieved. Of course, as we give special thanks to, of course, the chairperson in absentia, Member Hlope, Member Sesedinyani, Member San, Member Shirota, Member Poho, and Members Kosana, and of course, the committee staff. After due deliberation, Madam Speaker, the committee hereby tables the second quarterly performance report for the 2025-2026 financial year. In accordance with Rule 164, the committee will presents the report to this House for adoption. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
thank you very much, Honorable Mohombe. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honorable San.
Thank
now
you, Chair.
put the-
I rise to second. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no. So the report is adopted. Secretary, can you read the second order, please?
Consideration of the Petition Standing Committee's second quarterly performance report for the 2025-2026 financial year, but I think that one has been passed. Consideration of the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature report on the final voting mandate on the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill B10B of 2023, Section 76.
Honorable Dr. Masuka.
Yes, thank you yet again, Madam Speaker. And I also rise to wish many happy returns to Member Lenteng Mekwe, who's turning of age today. On behalf of the Committee of Oversight, OCPOL, on the Premier's Office and the Legislature, I'll present this mandate, voting mandate, the final report on the voting mandate. We will consider the parts of the report that I'm not going to speak out and read out to be considered as read. But on the former Speaker, Honorable Lenteng Mekwe, formally referred the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill B10B of 2023 to the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature on Wednesday, the 28th February 2024, in terms of Rule 245, subsection A, subsection 1 of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Standing Rules for Consideration and Reporting. On Tuesday, the 18th February 2025, the permanent delegate from the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Ian Zimande, accompanied by the Department of Public Service and Administration, presented a briefing to the committee on the bill. On the 25th February 2025, the Gauteng Provincial Legislature's NCOP and Legal Services Unit presented a legal opinion on the bill, followed by the Research Unit presentation on the analysis of the socio-economic impact of the bill. On the 13th March 2025, the committee convened a public hearing at the City Hall of Gauteng Provincial Legislature. During the public hearing, the Gauteng Office of the Premier presented the views of the executive on the bill. The committee yet again convened another meeting on the 6th of May 2025 to deliberate and adopt its report on the Public Administration Management Bill B10B of 2023. This report took into consideration the oral and written submission made at the public hearings, as well as the submissions received electronically, and contributed to the determination of the committee's position on the negotiating mandate. After the consideration of the minutes from the NCOP Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration, at the meeting held on the 21st October 2025, the committee deliberated and adopted its report on the final voting mandate and administration management amendment bill. The committee subsequently tabled its report to the final mandate of the Public Administration Amendment Bill on the Tuesday, which is today, on the thing. So we move to the final position. In terms of Section 65 of the Constitution, read with Section 6 and 8 of the mandating procedure of the Province Act 52 of 2008, as well as Rule 248 of the Gauteng Provincial Legislation Standing Rule, the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature confers authority on the report on the Gauteng Provincial Delegate to National Province to vote in favor of the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill, B10 of 2023. Thank you.
Okay, is there a seconder? Thank you very much, Honorable Masuku. Is there a seconder? Honorable Ismail?
I rise to second the report, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Now put a question, honorable members. All those in favor say yes. Okay, those that are not in favor say no. So the report is adopted. Secretary, can you read the third order, please?
Consideration of the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature's report on the final voting mandate on the Public Service Amendment Bill, B13D of 2023, Section 76.
Honorable Dr. Masuku, again, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I'm back. The former Speaker, Honorable L.N. Moekwe, formerly referred the Public Service Amendment Bill, B Section D of 2023 to the Oversight Committee of the Premier's Office and Legislature on Wednesday, the 28th, 2024, in terms of Rule 245, subsection A, 1A of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Standing Rules. On Tuesday, the 18th, the permanent delegate from the NCOP, Honorable Inzimande, accompanied by the Department of Public Service Administration, presented the briefing to the committee on the bill. On the 25th, the Gauteng Provincial Legislature's NCOP Legal Service Unit presented the legal opinion on the bill. On the 13th March 2025, the committee convened a public hearing at the City Hall of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. The committee convened a meeting on the 6th of May 2025 to deliberate and adopt its report on the Public Service Amendment Bill. This report took its consideration the oral written submission made at the public hearings as well as the submission received, both electronically, and contributed to the determination of the committee's position. On the 15th October, Acting Speaker Honorable Mhlakaza Manamela referred the Public Service Amendment Bill Section 76 to the committee for formal consideration in terms of Rule 245, subsection 1, read with 246, subsection 1, and 247 and 248 with further amendments for consideration and reporting. After the consideration of the minutes from the NCOP Select Committee and Cooperative Governance and Public Administration, at the meeting held on the 22nd or 25th, the committee deliberated and adopted its report and the final voting mandate on the bill. I hereby go towards the end in terms of the proposition to the House that in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution, read with Section 6 and 8 of the mandating procedure of Province Act 52 of 2008, as well as Rule 248 of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Standing Rule, the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature proposes to confer the authority of the Gauteng Provincial Delegate to the NCOP to vote in favor of the bill I present. With further amendments I present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Masuku. Is there a seconder?
With those further amendments, I second, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msimang. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Those that are not in favor say no. Okay, the report is adopted. Honorable members, we now move to Premier's question time in terms of Rule 138. I just want to remind the House that the Premier has submitted an apology, and MEC Mazibuko will then be responding to the questions. Honorable Bloom, you may read your question to the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to the Acting Premier. With these questions, there have been some developments, but I'm asking it as it is. With regard to the head of the Gauteng Health Department, Mr. Sliba Arnold Malatana, will the Premier please indicate, 1, on what date was his lifestyle audit started and when did it conclude? 2, has he been assessed as high risk or medium risk based on the results of his lifestyle audit? 3, does the Premier agree that he is in a high risk category because the SIU is investigating him for allegedly sharing in 10 million rand bribes with 2 other officials to influence the award of 2 contracts? 4, is the Premier satisfied with his performance, despite this department being the only one flagged by the Auditor General for non-compliance in every major area due to a lack of effective internal controls as well as irregular spending of 1.5 billion rand? And 5, does he have the Premier's full confidence that he is the best person to clear up corruption in the department, including follow-up steps to the SIU report of the 2 billion rand fraudulent Tembisa Hospital contracts? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bloom. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and on behalf of the Premier, we respond to questions from Honorable Member Bloom in good legislature and health. And on the issue of lifestyle audits, on the 17th of June, in answering oral question PR 17 from Honorable Member Mkheti of the African National Congress on the status of the lifestyle audits, Premier indicated, I open quote, I have communicated with the affected employees and instructing them to address and rectify the identified issues promptly to avoid potential disciplinary actions, close quote. And further to that, Premier stated that he has decided on a suitable course of action if the explanation provided by a specific official is not deemed satisfactory by the Special Investigating Office. Again, in a written question by Member Makwala of Economic Freedom Fighters on the 31st of July, and even in the recent oral question on PR 28 dated 5th August by Member Bloom, yourself, Member Bloom, Premier reaffirmed the position by saying, open quote, once this process has been concluded, a further update will be given to the Gauteng legislature. It is in this context that, honourable members, let us also remind yourselves that the Office of the Premier entered into a secondment agreement with the Special Investigation Unit, whereby staff members focused on conducting lifestyle audits for the DG, the heads of departments, and CEOs of Gauteng entities. The project's initial duration was 6 months from the May 2023 to October 2023. It is important to note that the duration was extended due to the SIU's processes. Consequently, the SIU submitted the final report to Premier on the 24th of August 2024. In responding to question 2, if he has been assessed as high or medium risk, Mr. Arnold Malotane, the head of Department of Health, was asked by SIU to provide outstanding information to help determine the outcome of his lifestyle audit. He subsequently supplied this information and the SIU reviewed it and submitted a final written report on Mr. Malutane. And the SIU rated Mr. Malutane as high risk and recommends a full forensic investigation into his lifestyle. In responding to question number 3, if Premier does agree that he is high risk because of the SIU investigation, the Premier indicates that he is still awaiting the final forensic report from the SIU and will study it before determining appropriate action. In responding to question number 4, if Premier is satisfied with his performance, Mr. Malutane was appointed to the position of Head of Department, Gauteng Department of Health, after he demonstrated his capability to deliver in that position. It is important to note that there are internal processes to assess performance of all public servants, and this takes into consideration the performance of the employee to meet set targets. It is equally true that the department has a responsibility to assist the employee where shortcomings are related in delivering on his performance target, and consequently, Premier has noted that the department's performance and the outcome of the lifestyle audit and have requested the Special Investigation Unit to conduct a comprehensive forensic investigation into Mr. Malutane's lifestyle. Hence, Mr. Malutane is now placed on precautionary suspension until the SIU completes its comprehensive forensic investigation. Lastly, on whether the Premier has full confidence that he's the best person for the department, in responding to that, based on the all answers that have been made, this is not applicable. Thank you, Nyabo.
Okay. Do you have a supplementary question, Honourable Bloom? You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, so now it's been, frankly, it was obvious that he was high risk from the very start. I mean, he was appointed in June last year, Mr. Malutane, as head of the Gauteng Health Department, while he was being investigated by the SIU for allegedly participating in 10 million rand bribes. Of course, he's high risk. So now the lifestyle audit has finally determined that he is a high risk, and he basically failed his lifestyle audit. So, I'd like to ask the Honourable Premier, unfortunately he's not here, but what are the reasons that he's actually been suspended for? What charges is he facing? Is it a charge failing the lifestyle audit? Is there a charge there? Is there other maladministration, corruption that he's suspected of being involved in? And I want to say in this House today that he's facing disciplinary charges. They must do them speedily. He should not be allowed to be placed on full pay for endless years, and these disciplinary processes should conclude. He should not be allowed to resign and go off with his pension, and depending on the outcome of the disciplinary process, he should be criminally charged. But I think this vindicates the DA, what we've been saying all along. He should never have been appointed. He's ruined the Gauteng Health Department. People have died because of this, and now it's confirmed that he's high risk. He should never have been appointed in the first place. Thank you.
Okay. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 134 subsection 7, are now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so, if there are any. If not, Acting Premier? Do you want to respond? Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm sure Member Bloom will realize that he was now tabling a new question. We'll recommend that he does submit it properly so that it's actually responded. And I'm sure that in the response we did indicate that we're still awaiting the SIU report that will be tabled to the House that will assist Premier to determine a way forward. Thank you, Nyabo.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Goveni, your questions to the Premier, please.
Thank you, Speaker. With regards to answers to question 5PR051, dealing with the public commitment made by both the Premier and the President in March 2025 to utilize the Expropriation Act to address the crisis of hijacked buildings in Gauteng, I hereby submit the following follow-up questions for an oral response. Number one, given the Premier's public commitment in March 2025 to act decisively on hijacked buildings, why has no preliminary list of properties been published or shared with the legislature, despite 6 months having passed since the public announcement by the Premier and the President? Number two, what specific timelines has the Premier set for COGTA and the 3 metropolitan municipalities to conclude the identification process? Number three, what accountability mechanisms are in place should these deadlines not be met? And lastly, in light of the Premier's deferral of all responses to COGTA's process, what direct role is the Office of the Premier playing in coordinating interdepartmental action, securing legal readiness, and ensuring budgetary alignment for expropriation implementation? Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Goveni. Honourable Mazibiko.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member Ngobeni, for the question. And in responding to question number one, as indicated in the response of PR051, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has initiated a process working together with municipalities to identify buildings that are earmarked for expropriation, and the work is currently underway and it should be concluded on or before the 28th of November 2025. I'm sure the timeline is being mentioned there. In responding to question number 2, I'm sure in the response in question 1, it was sufficiently covered that all those timelines will actually be met. In responding to question number 3 on accountability mechanisms, the member of Executive Council and the member of a Department of Infrastructure have indicated that in their deadline, they have submitted a feasibility study and they've indicated the deadline. And the Premier has no reason to doubt that it will be met. And I hope, Honourable Member Ngobeni, you will be satisfied that everything jihamba ngomqa iyeza. In responding to question number 4, that the Premier always refers all the responses to the COCTA's processes and what direct role does the Office of the Premier play. Section 125 of the Constitution clearly indicates that the executive authority of the province is the Premier, and that such authority is exercised together with other members of the Executive Council. Thus, the delegation to this member of executive, who is member MEC COCTA member Jacob Mamabulu Palama Kulube, is well suited, as there exists sufficient legislative authority to allow for the execution of this task in collaboration with other departments and all spheres of government.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honourable Ngobeni, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
No, Speaker, it's just that we want to welcome the assurance by the acting Premier. We hope that when we get to November, we won't just see a process that has been concluded, but we will also see the public register of these properties. We'll also see the funding plan as well, and timelines for the reallocation and the rehabilitation of these properties, because some of these properties continue to really be hazardous, and anything can happen in terms of lives being taken by these properties that are in question. So as Action SA, we will hold this government accountable. We'll continue to monitor that November deadline, because indeed we cannot afford to have our people dying because of bureaucracy and delays that are happening in government. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Ngobeni. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Okay, Honourable Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Indeed, what you are indicating is what the department through MEC, the capable MEC, Mamabulu, will ensure that it does meet those timelines. And of course, some of these properties, you are right, they tend to harbor homeless people. Sometimes it harbors those that are on substance. And they are making communities not to feel safe, even those that are walking in the evening in the streets of here in Johannesburg and in other parts of the cities, not to feel safe in passing in front of some of these buildings. But we take your dedication in ensuring that all these properties are actually dealt with.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Muketi, your questions to the Premier, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to the honourable members and our people of Gauteng. The question to the Premier in terms of Rule 138 reads as follows. Can the Honourable Premier answer the following questions? Considering that the Office of the Premier achieved its 12 consecutive clean audit outcome and reported 100%. Comrade Premier, can you please listen? Let me start. Considering that the Office of the Premier achieved its 12th consecutive clean audit outcome and reported 100% referral of fraud and corruption cases to the law enforcement agencies during the first quarter of 2025, can the Premier answer the following questions? 1. How does the consistent attainment of clean audits reflect on the financial management capacity of the Office of the Premier? 2. What steps are being taken to ensure that forensic investigation findings are acted upon promptly and decisively? And 3, which is the last question, how do these measures enhance public confidence in building a capable, ethical, and developmental state in Gauteng? Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable MEC.
Mbuzo wakho ngathi unzinyana yazi wabo Dr. Vele. In responding to question number 1, as indicated in PR response of PR 037, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has initiated a process working with municipalities. Question le, my apology, Speaker. When I read this answer, what I have nale question le. Yes, pass one pass all way to Maria Snatema. How does assessment of clean audits? What abang nigang answer right? Le isakuluma, it's still linked to Member Ngobeni, Honourable Chair. May we go to the next answer? Maybe they will respond properly. Chair, my apologies, Speaker. I'm getting the office to give us a proper answer. Because this one, if I read it, it's not going in accordance to this question. It says, mina ngiphendula umbuzo yabona manje angifuni ukutshela amalunga into engesiyona somlomo. It is the 12 consecutive clean audits of corruption cases to law enforcement during the first quarter. Can the Premier answer the following? How does the consistent attainment of clean audits reflect on financial management, on the capacity of Premier? Hey, law enforcement apart, what I think pendulo kokubhaliwe, impendulo le. As indicated in the PR 037, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has initiated a process working with municipalities. It is to identify buildings that are earmarked for expropriation. Ingako ngisho ngethi lesingise sibhalwe lana. Sicishe siyafana nalaphayana. Ngiyaxolisa elunga lesishaya umthetho. Ngicabanga ukuthi akusizona lezi ezibhalwe la. What steps are being taken to ensure that forensic investigation are acted upon promptly and decisively? The following specific steps, the following specific steps are being taken to ensure that forensic investigations findings are acted upon quickly and decisively.
Just so that we avoid a situation where, just hold on please, no, honourable members, hold on. Let's avoid a situation where you may be deemed to be misleading the House. Let's rather defer a response to that question, because even you yourself are not happy with the response that you were provided with. Honourable Muketi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'll be happy to receive a written response. It doesn't need to be deferred. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Thank you for that. No, just hold on. Yes, Honourable Muriati. Just hold on. Could you please assist us with the mics up there? No? We don't have a repeat of this.
If I may, point of order, could we get clarity on what your ruling is? Because we would like to hear the proper response. Are you saying that the reply should be just put on to the ATC, or are we going to hear the response later in the meeting or at another sitting? Because the purpose of an oral reply is so that we can interact with the reply as it is presented, which we can't do if it just goes into the ATC.
Okay, Honorable Moriarty, the Honorable Moketi said she will be happy to receive a written response to the question.
Madam Speaker, once the question formed part of the order paper, they were no longer the property, as it were, of Honourable Moketi. They were the property, as it were, of the House. So the House must decide whether or not it accepts that. From our side, we don't accept that. We want to interact with the answer.
No, the response that she is going to get, the written response is going to be circulated to all the members. Honourable members, just give me an opportunity, please, to respond. It's going to be circulated to all of the members. So I think there is provision. I'm just asking the desk to find for me the appropriate rule that allows for the question to come back, but I'm just not to make sure on when it can be returned to the House. Having said that, it is going to be circulated to the members. So can you please check for me, Bluna? And then I'll give my ruling. Honourable members, what I'm not going to have is an exchange between yourselves and I. I will ask you to leave the House, Honourable Masile. If you continue in that fashion, I will ask you to leave the House.
Your ruling is inconsistent with Rule 132. So I'd like your ruling to be referred to the Rules Committee, please.
My ruling will be, will be looked at by the Rules question, rather the Rules Committee. But I still want them to give me the rule that I used. It's okay. So we now move to Honourable Dr. Masuku. You are representing Honourable Mekwe.
Yes, thank you yet again, Honourable Speaker. The question to the Premier. On the 6th of June 2025, the Premier, accompanied by the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa and the Executive Mayor, launched the Clean Cities and Towns campaign, aimed at promoting cleaner, greener, and more inclusive urban spaces. Can the Premier respond to the following? What is the planned strategy to achieve this goal? What has been undertaken to date by the province and the COJ to support the strategy? What are the challenges that hinders implementation or slow progress, if any, of the campaign? And what are the mechanisms put in place to mitigate the challenges above? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Masuku. Honourable Mazibuko.
Masibonga Somlong. In responding to question number 1 on the planned strategy to achieve the goal, the CBD revitalization strategy developed by the province aims to have a cleaner and inclusive CBDs. It proposes a change in approach by government, the private sector, and society at large to start thinking differently about how programs are implemented. The approach encourages an adoptive way of moving away from anestheticism and fear-driven interventions towards a more compassion-driven approach and all interventions when dealing with users of space within the CBD. A compassionate approach aims to reduce stigmas and discrimination against marginalized groups. This will create a more inclusive and supportive atmosphere in CBDs. This approach gives marginalized groups a sense of belonging and encourages them to care for the environment around them. And this has been a challenge in most urban spaces, specifically in the CBDs, and this will lead to a long-term positive outcomes and a more inclusive society. In responding to question number 2, what has been undertaken to date by the province and the COJ in the context of the city and the provincial government? What has been done is to engage and work with municipalities on the drive to achieve a cleaner, greener, and more inclusive urban spaces through the CBD Friday campaigns that have recently been conceptualized to a high-impact service delivery operations which focus on addressing the G13 challenges experienced in the province. The provincial task team responsible for the CBD Fridays, led by Kokta and Josie Josie, has collaborated with the City of Johannesburg and the City of Johannesburg City Relations and Urban Management, which is called CRAM, in Region F. And to date, 19 CBD Fridays operations were convened in the city and other municipalities. Work has been done on Nelson Mandela operation, which was done in Hillbrow, Doornfontein, Maboneng, Yeoville on the 18th of July. CBD revitalization program, which was launched on the 23rd August, it was done within the High Court precinct. Hillbrow on the north of Yetta Street and south of Goldridge Street, west of Tarrendon and east of Banket Street. Johannesburg Art Gallery, Joburg Park. 3 sessions have been held there, and north of the Sophie de Bruyn, south of Pritchard Street and west of Risick Street and east of N Street. This work was done. Constitutional Hill Precinct, the work was done. Johannesburg Art Gallery, the work was done. Maboneng, Nagakwai Mai, Newtown Precinct, work was done. Government Precinct, Joslovo Drive, Prasa Railway Precinct, and Inner City Core Precinct, Inner City East Precinct, which is your Maboneng, Jewel City, and Bosman Transport Precinct, Kempton Park CBD. In responding to question number 3, what are the challenges that hinder implementation or slow progress? Challenges that hinder implementation of these G13 service delivery Friday operations include lack of sufficient funding to provide cleaning equipment, street bins across the CBD, installation of CCTV cameras and solar street lighting, as well as continuous infrastructure vandalism. Further to this, it is vital for communities also to be involved in ensuring that we sustain these campaigns and they themselves take responsibility. On bad buildings, the city has been unable to successfully evacuate residents in Casamia and Zanin Court due to the receiving communities' resistance to relocation to identified alternative accommodation. As such, until alternative accommodation is made available, the reclaiming of these buildings will also take place. In responding to number 4, what are the mechanisms that have been put in place to put mitigation the challenges above? The Presidential Johannesburg Working Group and the G13 Service Delivery Work Stream aimed at addressing all operational matters to improve service delivery and revive the urban areas. The Urban Management Workshop also is scheduled later for this year, which will explore other ways in ensuring that the city remains cleaner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. MEC, Honorable Masuku?
No, I'm covered, no follow-up, and I'm happy that Member Moriarty is not here to assist.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Honorable
Van Dijk, Madam
Van
Chair.
Dijk, yes.
Thank
Sorry
you,
about
Madam
that.
Speaker.
Please proceed.
Thank you so much. And this was, and thank you very much for these questions. I think they're incredibly valuable to what's currently going on in our cities. However, a lot of what the response was seemed to be a very future-related response. There's nothing that's been happening now, apart from a couple of issues around the G20 and the fixing of Lillian Ngoyi. No. It hasn't been happening. Well, there isn't only one CBD per metro. There are multiple CBDs across our metros, and all of them have been left in dire state, particularly the green spaces that surround our CBDs. You know, Mooiplaas is currently being overtaken. Sunning Hill, there's a piece of land that belongs to the province that was supposed to be the completion of the K60 road, which is now completely overtaken. Henops River, it's been left to residents to clean up. They're getting no assistance from the local or provincial government. And even your own ward councillors, and I would advise you to go talk to them, your own ward councillors, who actually do try sometimes, are trying to get these spaces cleaned up. So it needs to be a whole of society approach. Our cities are not clean, our green spaces are not clean. We were recently in Mamelodi. Mamelodi there's no stormwater drains. Those people are living with rivers just pouring down their streets, holes in their streets. So I think that we can honestly say it needs to be done better. We can't just be relying on Josie My Josie and Reimagine Randburg to be fixing these areas. Provincial government, national government and local government need to work together with residents to keep these spaces clean, because it's not happening now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Van Dijk. Honourable Premier, Acting Premier. Rather.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We appreciate your question, Honourable Member. Member Shabalala, please don't disturb the member. I'm responding to her. The question was about the CBD, Honourable Speaker. That is why the answer was centered more on the CBD. So if the Honourable Member wants to ask further questions pertaining what is happening in other cities, she is welcome to do that.
Okay. Honourable Skosana, could you please read your question to the Premier, please?
Madam Speaker, Skwaza Wasai. I'll read the question for Honourable Skosana of Umkhonto weSizwe Party hereby request in terms of Rule 131, the placing of a question for oral reply by the Premier. On behalf of the resident of Mabopane, Acacia, Winterfeld and Garankuwa, represented by Mawika petition, I address the ongoing crisis of maladministration involving illegal properties sales and transfers by the City of Tshwane and Northwest Housing Corporation. This has led to widespread displacement and the growth of informal settlement, lack of the title deed compounded by inadequate infrastructure such as lack of pedestrian bridges for school children in areas like Hammanskraal. These issues highlight a failure to fulfill the commitments made in your February 2025 State of the Province address. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party has vocally criticized these shortcomings, urging swift action to restore hope and address the systematic failures impacting these communities. The Mawika petitions underscores deep-rooted housing challenges in Tshwane, with illegal transactions fueling a growing housing backlog of 293,000 units in Gauteng, while July 2025 progress report indicated procurement for new houses targeting 2025 and 2026. Delays due to subsidy bottlenecks and zoning dispute threaten to push resolution to 2027 or beyond. With the Portfolio Committee warning of timelines exceeding a decade, your SOPA promised 2.5 billion for schools, 271,000 jobs through Nasispani and infrastructure improvement, like potholes, repairs and traffic signal upgrade. However, the MKP has highlighted misplaced priorities, pointing to billions lost to REGU contractors and persistent issues like water shortages and missing bridges, which continue to undermine safety and housing delivery, exposing significant gap in your vision. There are these simple questions to be answered, Acting Premier. What immediate step in your administration taking to address the illegal property sale and transfer highlighted by the Mawika petition? How will you ensure displaced residents in Mabopane, Acacia, Winterfeld and Garankuwa receive restitution by by the 2025-2026 target. Given Gauteng 293,000 housing backlog, how many houses units have been delivered to date since SOPA 2025? How do you justify the looting of billions of rands in wasted expenditure when urged infrastructure needs like pedestrian bridges for school children in Hammanskraal remain unfunded? What specific timelines and accountability mechanisms are in place to ensure those promised infrastructure projects, particularly pedestrian bridges, are completed promptly? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Honorable MEC.
Siyabonga, Somlo. In responding to question number 1, a report was submitted with an updated list of all properties owned by the Northwest Housing Corporation in the city of Tshwane. The Northwest Housing Corporation has resolved to donate residential properties to the city and sell vacant land, and as per the Executive Council resolution of Northwest. However, Tshwane has since obtained a court order restraining the Northwest Housing Corporation from proceeding with these actions, claiming ownership of the property, claiming the ownership of these properties. The matter is now sub judice, and the Northwest Housing Corporation is therefore unable to take any action relating to the properties at this stage. For now, the assets will remain as is until the matter has been finalized. In responding to question number 2, given the delays in housing delivery, there are new projects that are planned in Tshwane in the next 2 years, and the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement is working closely with the city to ensure that all challenges that cause delay in this project are dealt with. There are a few projects that are planned in the 3 financial years that are coming between the province and the city, and these projects will be in Mabopane Extension 1 and in Ga-Rankuwa Extension 10. In responding to question number 3, in the light of MKP's critique about misplaced priorities such as the billions of rands that have been wasted, and how to justify expenditure when urgent infrastructure needs like pedestrian bridges for school children in Hammanskraal remain unfunded. In responding to that, Honourable Member, having clarified the member, there was a clarity that was sought on which bridge are they referring to. The matter refers to the pedestrian bridge in Soshanguve and not Hammanskraal, and the response is therefore as follows. The matter of the Soshanguve pedestrian bridge in Tuklane falls within the jurisdiction of the city, and we need the cooperation of the city and the Department of Water Sanitation to resolve the matter. The MEC for Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs commissioned the internal departmental professional engineers to do an assessment report. This assessment report provided a preliminary evaluation of the site and identified key risks. The report was also registered with the Department of Water and Sanitation, and a pre-application water inquiry was also submitted. In September this year of 2025, an engagement with community representatives was held for further consultation and input in the next phase of the project, which involves obtaining required regulatory confirmations and completing the detailed design and planning. And once this process is concluded, work will commence. In responding to question number 4 on the promise that was made during a SOPA, which promised schools, infrastructure and improvement and unsafe river crossing, the Department of Infrastructure Development adopted a turnaround plan which focuses on ecosystems which consist of 5 integrated pillars. The first one being project readiness matrix and infrastructure delivery platform. The second one being the PRM infrastructure governance lab. The third one being the PRM 10 key rescue contractors. The fourth one being PRM multidisciplinary infrastructure team, which MEC Mamabulu calls it the A team. PRM intergovernmental relations and stakeholder management. Through this approach, we believe the Department of Infrastructure Development will deliver the projects within time, within budget, and they will be of good quality. Thank you, Nyabo.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Skosana, any supplementary question or a short remark, sir?
Thanks, Honourable Chair of Chairs. No, I have a dissatisfaction. First, I must expose this dissatisfaction around the issue of the breach. We are approaching the rain. Our kids are going to write their exams. If MK Party as a party can try and make a temporary breach for school kids to attend school in Soshanguve, while the government is failing to make a solid temporary breach, because the one that we have made as a party, it's about to collapse. The government, the infrastructure department can make a temporary breach because they can put temporary electricity in informal settlement where foreigners are staying. But for our kids, we can't have a temporary arrangement for them to pass the bridge. On that one, I will ask the Premier to act with speed to challenge that that gap in Soshanguve. So the issue of housing by 2027, I will ask for an apology because SOPA said 2025, 2026. That is why we are asking on how far is the progress. Now there's no progress. There will be a progress in 2027, and we'll demand an apology for that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable MEC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, for the follow-up question. Indeed, we are committed in ensuring that all our citizens, they live safe, and when they go to school, the children, and even adults, when they cross the rivers, they cross over safer spaces. Indeed, like I indicated, the Department of Infrastructure has actually set up that team, the A-team project team, to be able to take care of that. On the issue of the housing, that has been planned over, it is planned over MTEF, Honourable Member. That is why it says 2025, 26 and 26, 27, Honourable Member. I hope the clarification will be cleared from your side.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Kaba, you are online. Can you please ask your question to the Premier? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Greetings to you, to the honourable members and the House at large. Honourable Acting Premier, as Gauteng positioned itself as South African hub within the global landscape through participation and host G20, how is province aligning infrastructure development plans with global priorities like the green economy, digital transformation, and health resilience? How will these priorities translate into tangible programs that address service delivery gaps, create sustainable jobs that will build long-term resilience in vulnerable communities across Gauteng? How is the province preparing to leverage South Africa's role to promote inclusive economic growth? What strategies are being implemented regarding women's involvement in the G20 that will accelerate equality for sustainable shared growth? And lastly, how is the government measuring the impact of gender equality initiatives tied to G20 commitments? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kaba. Honourable Acting Premier.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. In response to the first question, through the adoption of the Building Smart City strategy, which is in line with the best international practices and conversation about sustainability, which talks about managing climate-induced risk, leveraging smart technology and digitization in English, and an environmentally sustainable built environment that applies methods that are aligned to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Secondly, the adoption of the innovative infrastructure delivery platform, which is based on 3 digital modules, namely portfolio of risk, portfolio evidence and data analytics is a clear sign that we are delivering infrastructure in line with the era of the fourth industrial revolution. Our engineering teams are also considering smart modern planning and designs in the delivery of infrastructure that seeks to manage global priorities. We have also adopted, through the Department of Infrastructure and Development, a turnaround plan precisely to implement the building of smart city concept. In responding to question number 2, on the priorities that will translate into tangible programs, Honourable Member, we will share with you the document on the smart cities strategic document. I'm sure you can pick up some of the good work that is being done there, or that is alluded to going to be done. In responding to question number 3, how is the province preparing to leverage South Africa's role to promote inclusive economy through the tourism packages? Different national departments working with the Gauteng provincial government have showcased our tourism spots such as Maruping, Vilakazi Street in Soweto, and through the various stakeholder engagement, they've identified other areas. The city of Tshwane also has leveraged on Dinukeng as part of boosting the provincial tourism strategy. In responding to question number 4, on strategies being implemented regarding women's involvement, strategies that are being implemented regarding women's involvement in the G20 that will accelerate equality for sustainable shared growth are based on the following key priorities. Number 1, policy perspective on the care economy that actually ensures that women who always work in the unpaid and the paid care work and household responsibility are actually assisted and they are taken care of. And this is integral, yet systematically is being undervalued and it is invisible. It limits women's ability to pursue education and employment, resulting in time them being subjected to poverty, poor health, and reduced well-being, further entrenching inequalities. Activities like childcare, collecting water, cooking, cleaning, and helping with homework constitute this unrecognized labor essential for household and economies. The second key priority is on promoting financial inclusion of women. Improving access to financial services for women involves collaborating with financial institutions and the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller to develop products that are tailored for their needs, such as accessing savings account, affordable loans, insurance option, and also providing them with literacy and training and entrepreneurial skills so that then they are able to equip themselves and be able to participate. These strategies to address these financial inclusion gaps between women and men are actually meant to reduce the gender pay gap and promote gender-responsive procurement. Key priority number 3 on addressing gender-based violence and femicide. In addressing the GBVF, what the provincial government is doing is exploring the best practices to institutionalize effective approaches that will be achievable in ensuring that the leadership, the accountability, and the implementation of evidence-based interventions and promoting women's economic empowerment are actually realized. In achieving this, a strong leadership and accountability coordination across sectors is being done. Implementation of evidence-based prevention and response intervention, strengthening survivor support systems and access to justice, advancing women's social and economic empowerment as a function for safety, independence, and also the province remains resolute in its commitment in eradicating GBVF. In responding to question number 5, how is the government measuring the impact of gender equality initiatives tied to G20? The government measures this impact of gender equality tied to G20 commitments through the analysis of government's annual performance plans and the integrated development plans of municipalities on women's economic empowerment, covering employment, women's entrepreneurship, labor force participation, policies promoting social responsibility, addressing the pay gap, and promoting gender-responsive procurement, budgeting, planning, auditing, and fostering gender mainstreaming, which also will focus on promoting women's increased participation at political governance and decision making. And key approaches also include the integration of gender indicators into the national and provincial performance framework, the gender-responsive budgeting, the periodic progress reporting, the data disaggregation by sex and age to improve evidence-based, independent evaluation and stakeholder consultations to assess policy effectiveness, identify gaps, and strengthen accountability. And through these measures, the government ensures that gender equality initiatives are not only implemented, but are also produce measurable, sustainable, and transformative impact consistent with the G20 and global development priorities. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, Acting Premier. Honorable Kaba, any supplementary question or a short remark, please?
Thank you, Acting Premier, for a detailed response. We take this moment to extend heartfelt congratulations to the Honorable Premier and the people of Gauteng for being the host province of G20 Summit. We hope that Gauteng will exemplify the potential of a modern African and inclusive economy and set a national benchmark. Let the summit be a catalyst that reach informal trader in Soweto, the young technologist in Tshwane, the small manufacturer in Sidibeng, and the BNB owner in Ekurhuleni. That is the essence of inclusive growth, and it is the legacy this summit can leave behind, a value chain that leaves no community behind. Thank you, Acting Premier.
Acting Premier.
We note the congratulatory message and salokhu sibambe njalo ishisa njengembokodo. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Acting Premier. Honorable Makwala, you can ask your question to the Acting Premier, please. Thanks.
Thank you. In light of the recent assertion made by the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal South African Police Service, Lieutenant General Tantlam Kwanazi, in the Parliamentary Ad hoc Committee investigating allegations made by the Provincial Commissioner, can the Acting Premier answer on the following? 1, what, if any, or is the difference between the Gauteng Crime Prevention Wardens and the Gauteng Traffic Wardens? 2, what legal framework outside the Criminal Procedure Act 334 of 1977 entitles Crime Prevention Wardens or Gauteng Traffic Wardens to act as a law enforcing agency? 3, with regards to their specific training as well as status, do Crime Prevention Wardens of Gauteng Traffic or Gauteng Traffic Wardens have the allowance to carry firearms, and how many of these wardens have underwent firearm training?
Acting Premier.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, for the question. And in responding to question number 1 on the difference between the Gauteng Crime Prevention and the Gauteng Traffic Wardens, there is no distinction, Honourable Member. Igama nje na English. The title was changed from Crime Prevention Wardens to Gauteng Traffic Wardens in accordance with the guidance that was issued by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. In responding to question number 2, what legal framework outside the Criminal Procedure Act 334 of 1977 that entitles the Crime Prevention Wardens or the Gauteng Traffic Wardens to act as law enforcing agencies? In responding to that, the legal framework relied on the road traffic management. It is important to note that the Gauteng Traffic Wardens are not a law enforcement agency. However, they are a force multiplier working with the existing law enforcement agencies. The Gauteng Traffic Wardens do not have authority to enforce the law independently. Their enforcement action should be in the presence of other law enforcement agencies. In responding to question number 3, on the specific trainings that they've undertaken, they've done modules on criminal law, law of evidence, administrative powers, basic concept of policing, personnel ethics, firearm competency, prevention of police brutality, ethical policing, national strategic plan on GPV pillars, public service prescripts, serving of interim or protection orders, court etiquette, law of criminal procedure, human rights bill, labor relations, community policing, prevention of police corruption, use of force, practical survival techniques, physical training, crime prevention, e-policing technology courses like your drones, defensive training, trauma management and stress management, and they've also done a code of conduct. In responding to question number 4, if the Gauteng traffic wardens have any allowance to carry the firearms? The answer is they are not permitted to carry firearms under the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000. In responding to question number 5, how many of these wardens have undergone firearm training? A total of 1,200 of these wardens have actually completed firearm training, and they were trained in the following institutions: Tshwane Metropolitan Department, private sector service providers, and the departmental AMARA. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Acting Premier. Honourable Mokwala, supplementary question, a short remark.
Chair of Chairs, will only appreciate if the acting Premier can provide us with a proper breakdown of the training programs for all these crime prevention wardens, including their duration and the content of their training. But second to that, it will be a follow-up question on whether these crime prevention wardens have been involved in incidents involving the use of firearms, and what were the outcomes of these incidents.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mokwala. There will be a follow-up question. Honourable Acting Premier.
We note what the Honourable Member is saying, that they'll do a follow-up question.
Thank you so much, Honourable Acting Premier.
It was not a follow-up question.
You said it will be a follow-up question.
The follow-up question is in terms of the breakdown that the acting Premier will submit or provide to us in terms of the training that these crime prevention wardens have undergone. But the second one was in terms of...
Acting Premier? I thought that, yeah, but please answer.
Let us agree, Honourable House Chair, that we shall submit the full response to proceedings, so that then they see the different modules that the crime prevention, the Gauteng traffic wardens will have undertaken, which I did outline there as I was responding to question number 3. But I'm sure that he can continue engaging with Premier on other matters that pertain further clarity to that.
Thank you.
Honourable.
Honourable Nseke.
Chair of Chairs.
Yes, Honourable Mokwala.
A simple question, it's whether the crime prevention wardens are authorized to carry firearms. And the acting Premier has responded by saying no. My question as a follow-up question is, have there been incidents where these crime prevention wardens have been involved in firearms incidents, and what were the circumstances, since if any they were?
Honourable Acting Premier. I noted you, Honourable Nseke. I'm still dealing here. Is it the point of order? Oh, so my apology. My apology.
Rule 89, Chair of Chairs, I just wanted to know if you're not allowing supplementary questions to go through before the acting Premier responds.
No, we discretionary use was that we will allow the sponsor of the question to ask supplementary questions, not the rest of the House.
But the Speaker was doing it before you came to preside, Chair of Chairs. Thank you.
No, it's by our discretion. Acting Premier.
Honourable House Chair, the question that is being asked by Honourable Member Mokwala, I take it as a new question. Because out of the questions that he asked, there was no way where he requested clarity on firearm incidents. I mean, I'll request that he tables a follow-up question so that then we're able to respond extensively on types of any incidences that might have involved Gauteng traffic wardens.
Thank you. I so ruled also. Thank you, Honourable Mokwala. You can ask a follow-up question, sir. I rule like that.
So, the question number 3, Chair, but before that, the Speaker here, Chair of Chairs, has been allowing supplementary questions from all these members of this House. It cannot be correct that we now have you for 2 seconds, you then collapse the supplementary questions. It is unfair, Chair of Chairs, that you are refusing members of this House to ask supplementary questions. But my question number 3 to the acting Premier says that have all the traffic wardens, have the allowance to carry firearms? And the answer is no. The follow-up is, Has there been any incidents where they were involved in firearm cases or incidents? And if they were, what happened there? Masuku, we're not asking about Tembisa Hospital.
Order, please.
We're not asking about Tembisa Hospital.
Honorable
You know
Makwala,
nothing about crime prevention.
you can
wardens.
take your seat.
This is not Tembisa Hospital.
Dr. Masuku, Dr. Masuku, Dr. Masuku, please, Honorable Premier, Acting Premier. Yeah,
Honorable House
go
Chair.
ahead. Let me preside, please, honorable members. Honorable Masuku.
Chair of Chairs, can the
Please,
doctor behave? Please?
Honorable Masuku, please. Honorable Masuku. I'm asking you for the last time, please. Honorable Masuku, please. Honorable Acting Premier.
For the last time? Okay.
For the last time. Yes, for the last time. Please, please respect the chair, Honorable Masuku, please. I respect you.
Honorable House Chair,
Yes.
the questions that were submitted by Honorable Member. In question number 3, he asked with regards to specific training as well as status let me repeat English again. With regards to the specific training as well as status, do crime prevention wardens or Gauteng traffic wardens have the allowance to carry firearms? And we responded, we said, no. The next question was, how many of these wardens have underwent firearm training? There is nowhere where the member says how many of them have actually been involved in gun-related matters. It is clear, straight, English. How many of these have underwent training? And we have responded, 1,200 of them have undergone training on firearm. If member wants more information, I will recommend he writes another question so that then he gets a breakdown on which other incidences have the wardens been involved in that include firearms. That is my request to the honorable member.
And I so rule.
Also.
Thank you.
Point of order, Madam.
Thank you. Go ahead, Honorable Manga.
Point of order.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I rise on Rule 89 and 90 read together. And I want, 90 talks about permission to explain a matter. And I want to then have an understanding whether the acting premier is saying that the officials or the officers don't have the capacity or the authority to then carry guns, yet she's saying that they have been trained to carry guns. So which one is it? Because there's a contradiction there, and I think there's an explanation that is needed there. Are they trained to carry guns? Is it accredited, or are they not trained to carry guns?
Can I just get, okay. Honorable Samanga, I have made a ruling. According to me, the acting premier has answered. Yes, she has completed answering the questions.
So, order, Chair.
I'm not going to allow you to speak, Honorable Makwala.
It's
Honorable
just a
Msimanga.
peaceful order, Chair of Chairs.
Chair of Chairs.
There is a point of order that you must rule on.
No.
It's a point of order that you must rule on. It doesn't matter if you ruled on the previous one. There is a point of order now that you must also rule as the chair.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that the answers has been given to you.
But it's a separate point of order, Chair.
Chair of Chair, I'm raising on.
I didn't notice you. I didn't
Okay.
notice you. Please
Chair
hold
of
on.
Chairs, please not
Just hold on,
recognize me.
please.
I'm raising on 89.
Hold on, please, Honorable Mr. Manga. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on, please. Yes. Thank you. Honorable members, Honorable Samanga, I'm going to continue to say that in my view, the acting premier has answered the questions. Your point of order cannot be sustained. Let me tell you why. Let me speak.
Okay.
Let me tell you why. Because your point of order is tantamount to another question, opening it to the acting speaker. If you want to take it further, please, you are welcome to do that, sir.
Chair, if
I'm
I
going
may,
to suppress you, sir.
I don't wish to disobey you. I'm saying to you, Rule 90 allows me to ask for a personal explanation on a matter that has been raised in the House, right? And I'm saying to you, the matter that I'm saying to you, there are two statements that have been made. I'm not asking supplementary questions. I'm asking for an explanation on what the member has said. That's all that I'm asking for. So it's not a new question. It's just for asking for an explanation.
So I will then refer to the Rules Committee for your explanation. Thank you so much. Yes, no, I've ruled. I have ruled.
Clarity.
Is Honorable Moody here? Honorable Gobeni? Thank you. You can ask your question, please, the Premier of Community Safety.
Thank you very much, Chair. With regards to Ivory Park Police Station reporting the highest number of murder cases in Gauteng, can the MEC answer the following questions? What targeted intervention has the department implemented at Ivory Park Police Station to address the ranking as one of Gauteng's top murder hotspots? How are these being monitored for measurable impact? Given the high concentration of murders in public spaces such as streets and parks, what visible policing strategies such as foot patrolling, mobile units or CCTV deployment have been introduced in Ivory Park and surrounding areas like Galfontein and Ebony Park? Number 4, what is the current staffing and resource allocation at Ivory Park Police Station? And how does it compare to other high crime precincts in Gauteng in terms of detective capacity, vehicle availability and forensic support? And lastly, has the department conducted any community safety audits or stakeholder engagement in Ivory Park to address the root causes? And if so, what were the outcomes of those engagements or audits? Thank you very much.
Honorable MEC, on behalf of the Premier, please.
On behalf of Premier, who's also responsible for ensuring that the safety in the province. In responding to question number 1, on what targeted interventions has the department implemented at Ivory Park Police Station to address its ranking as one of the Gauteng's top murder hotspots? The answer is the operational command team has been established and a comprehensive intelligence-driven operational plan has been implemented to address murder hotspots such as those that involve other law enforcement agencies. This includes patrol vehicles that are always en routine in ensuring that they are deployed in those identified hotspot areas to maintain visible police presence and detect criminal activities. Tracing operations which are targeting known suspects that have actively been conducting crime in the area and also to apprehend individuals involved in criminal activities. Crime intelligence units which provide weekly updates on informal network operations, ensuring that actionable intelligence is continuously monitored and acted upon. In responding to question number 2, how are these being monitored for measurable impacts? These interventions, along with operational progress, are reviewed and discussed during monthly feedback meetings, which serve to coordinate efforts, evaluate performance, and also enhance overall operational effectiveness. In responding to question number 3, given the high concentration of murders in public spaces such as streets and parks, what visible policing strategies such as foot patrols, mobile units, CCTV cameras have been deployed or been introduced in Ivory Park and surrounding? The response is, in responding to these high incidences of murder in public spaces, such as streets and parks in Ivory Park, including Calfontaine, Ebony Park, and other areas, a multi-layered, visible policing strategy has been implemented. This includes the deployment of members from the South African Police Service, the Gauteng Traffic Wardens, the Metro Police, community patrol groups, and private security personnel on foot patrols to enhance police visibility and detect criminal activity. Additionally, operational units, including the flying squad and public order policing, are also deployed strategically based on station-specific crime pattern analysis, and this intelligence-driven approach ensures that resources are allocated effectively to high-risk areas, thereby improving public safety and response time. In responding to question number 4, what is the current staffing and resource allocation at Ivory Park Police Station, and how does it compare to other high-crime precincts in Gauteng in terms of detective capacity? The detective services component at Ivory Park Police Station is currently operating at 105%, and its approved staffing capacity indicates otherwise. Due to the safety of SAPS members and operational integrity, actual figures were not disclosed by the SAPS. Ivory Park SAPS reflects an overall staffing level of 92.90%, which is marginally above the average when compared to other high-crime precincts in Gauteng. During phase 1 of the 2025-2026 promotion process, which is still underway and has not been finalized, the Ivory Park SAPS was allocated 1 lieutenant colonel at post within the detective services environment. With regards to high vehicle availability, the station is currently functioning at 94.59% of its required capacity, with 20% of vehicles non-operational. To safeguard the security of SAPS members and preserve the integrity of the operations, actual figures pertaining to the vehicle allocations are not necessarily disclosed. In responding to question number 5, has the department conducted any safety audits or stakeholder engagements in Ivory Park to address the root causes, if and what has been the outcome? The stakeholder engagements that have been done weekly, the station commander, visible policing commander, the community police fora, and the social crime prevention members visit all contact hotspots within Ivory Park every Wednesday. During these visits, they engage community members on pressing safety measures and also concerns that are being raised by communities. They also raise awareness about crime prevention, emphasizing the importance of reporting incidences and refraining from taking the law into their own hands. The outcomes from these engagements have included increased community participation in safety initiatives, identification of high-risk areas, and the development of targeted strategies aimed at reducing violent crime. In addition, there has been a decrease of almost 30% in the number of murder cases in the fourth quarter of 2024-2025 financial year compared to the same quarter of 2023-2024 in the previous year. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Supplementary question, Honourable Ngabeni? You are fine. Thank you so much. Honourable Madlakaza Manamela, you may ask your question, please, to the MEC of Community Safety. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Chair of Chairs, thank you. To the Department of Community Safety, the question goes, regarding the holding of seminars and GPV intervention programs with emphasis on the protection of vulnerable groups, key and being female students, can the MEC shed light on the following? How many of the MOUs signed between Gauteng Department of Community Safety and with different institutions of higher learning are currently backed up by real, tangible programs, interventions? 2, of this, what type of intervention and programs are implemented by the department in addressing the issues of gender-based violence, especially targeting female issues? 3, what resources, be it financial or human, is the Department of Community Safety investing since 2024 to date? Lastly, who else has come on board to join the campaign against gender-based violence in our institutions, in supporting the call by government to collaboration and partnerships with civil society and other social partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Hlagaza, for the question. In responding to question number 1 of how many MOUs have been signed, the department has a total of 6 MOUs with institutions of higher learning in Gauteng, which are backed by tangible program interventions. From 2023 to date, the Gauteng Department of Community Safety has signed these MOUs with institutions such as Yoval University of Technology, the Tshwane University of Technology, Ekurhuleni TVET, Western TVET College, University of UJ, Northwest University, which is your Vanderbilt Park campus. All these 6 MOUs are currently backed up by tangible programs, interventions with varying levels of implementation and engagement. There is also a green door that has actually been opened in one of the institutions, such as the VUT, where the learners, the students are able to access that safety place. This also includes learning integrated programs, infrastructure upgrades, and collaboration on crime prevention and victim support services. In responding to question number 2, of these, what types of intervention and programs are implemented by the Department of Safety in addressing issues of gender-based violence, especially that are targeting female students? The types of interventions and programs that are implemented by the department at these institutions, they include social crime prevention collaboration, which is done jointly with the South African Police and together with the department, linking the SAPS and the members to the students to the nearby police station, so that then there is rapid response if a need is assisted, orientation engagement with target outreach to newly enrolled students, victim-friendly rooms for support for students who are victims of GBV. At Tshwane University of Technology, there is integrated work learning program which engages students in experiential learning tied to GBV awareness and prevention, collaborative activism symposium on GBV, which uses creative arts to raise awareness and foster dialogue, social crime prevention initiatives which are conducted during orientation of newly enrolled students. At Northwest University, which is your Vanderbilt Park campus, there are social crime prevention collaborations which is done jointly with the South African Police, the linkages with the police stations that are near the institution, Center for Excellence, which is a one-stop center for GBV victims, which is also equipped and was launched, staffing support, and there is also a social worker, and there are funded volunteers. There is international collaboration, which is a visit that was planned to the University College in Dublin to share best practices. At University of Johannesburg, there is security surveillance integration, which is campus cameras that are linked to the command center. There's law enforcement linkages connected to nearby SAPS and JMPD stations, collaborative social crime prevention initiatives which are ongoing with students, orientation engagement which always targets the newly students who will have joined the institution, the victim-friendly room which includes also resuscitation and equipment and equipping that institution, and the work is in progress. At Ekurhuleni East TVET College, there is social crime prevention initiatives that are implemented in line with the collaborative implementation plan, social support to improve institutional policies in accordance with the current legislative framework. At Western TVET College, there is ongoing support for crime prevention, which also includes marches against GBV, awareness drives, and education campaigns. In responding to question number 3, what resources, be financial or human, is the department investing in those institutions? The resources that have been invested in these institutions, they include financial resources, funding of stipends for volunteers who are managing the Center of Excellence, especially the Green Door, the support for the symposiums, the awarenesses and infrastructure upgrades in the victim-friendly room. On human capital, the deployment of social workers to serve on call at the VEC's, engagement of trained volunteers and departmental staff, collaboration with SAPS and JMPD personnel for campus safety. In responding to question number 4, or who else has come on board to join the campaign on gender-based violence in these institutions. There's collaborative work that is continuously being done, especially amongst law enforcement organizations such as the SAPS, JMPD, and the local municipality. And there is also civil society organizations that are participating. There is also student leadership and peer educators that are mobilized to be part and parcel of the peer engagement advocacy. There's also institutional security teams that is also assisting there. There is also joint programs in tackling health programs. There is also a strategic partnership with institutions to make sure that there is safety, there's crime prevention, and there's also support. The department co-funded and collaborated with these institutions in ensuring that annually there are safety forums, and also annually there are GPV campaigns, and international exchange programs also have been inculcated in this. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you so much, MEC. Honourable Deputy Speaker, any supplementary question or short remark, ma'am? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, let me just address something, please, in terms of Rule 138, subsection 9. So, I'm looking at the order paper. For the previous questions, it's 45 minutes, and that went over. And then you look at the questions to executive is 1 hour only. We have 29 questions. 2 questions has been asked. So I would request that the whips meet with the Deputy Chief Whip at the back to just give us, what are we going to do with the questions when the hour will lapse, because definitely it will be. Honourable Msamanga.
Chair, I've raised this matter a number of times before. This House used to have more days for sittings to avoid this kind of thing. We are now cramping what should take place over 2-3 days into 1 day. These reports were not even the initial things that the reports were not even supposed to have been there. They're supposed to even come at the end or not even be here. This has been included in. And we have been asking for this to take place. The Chief Whip hasn't really been dealing with this matter. We've been asking to look at the kind of question, to look at the amount of questions, to look at the day and then say, is this sufficient? I mean, anybody who was putting this program together should have seen that this is going to be the course. Even if you don't allow us to have supplementary questions, it's still not sufficient. So I don't think that we should be doing this over and over again. And really, I think we should sit here until we finish these questions. We should sit until we finish this question. In fact, the Chief Whip must be sitting there, because we agreed with the Chief Whip initially that he was going to then ensure that this is something that is addressed, and we will not. And he assured us that we will not have a situation as this that is happening. And yet we are sitting here. So we cannot continue like this. The people of Gauteng are deserving of answers. We cannot continue to then cut. Either we go back to having more days of dealing with these things, or we deal with the paper until this thing is completed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Msamanga. I agree with you. You have been mentioning it. You are correct. But I have asked that the whips will meet. They will make a decision and they'll guide us. Secondly, in the next rules committee, I think Honourable Moriarty knows, and the members, that we have to deal with it in the next rules meeting. Thank you so much. The whips, can you meet, please? Thank you so much. Honourable Matlabe, can you ask your question for the MEC Community Safety, please? Honourable MEC Faith Mazibuko will respond. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. On behalf of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, I rise in terms of Rule 130. And I must mention that in the early hours of Sunday morning, the 7th of September 2023, around 0200 hours, there was an ambush incident when Gauteng traffic wardens, also known as Amapanyapanya, were conducting a routine patrol near Davidton railway station. According to the police reports, the wardens confronted a group of about 12 unknown men and attempted to search them. One suspect broke free and opened fire on the wardens by using an AK-47, critically injuring 5 traffic wardens. The SAPS has opened an attempted murder case at Davidton Police Station under CAS 1050925. The question to the Premier is as follows. Who deployed the traffic wardens without being integrated with SAPS and EMPD? 2, what is the status of traffic wardens and their training as per RTMC requirements? 3, how far is the process of qualifying them in firearms competency training? Noting that there is a difference between training and competency. What is the current status of the injured traffic wardens? Lastly, according to the employment conditions of the traffic wardens, will there be compensation for the injured traffic wardens? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Maklabe. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. In responding to the question that is being raised by Honourable Member Mahlabi, in responding to question number 1, who deployed the traffic wardens, he says without being integrated with SAPS. The reply is that the traffic wardens were deployed for the night shift with a member of the South African Police Service and an SAPS member that is stationed at the nearest police station. And some of the Gauteng traffic wardens were en route from a funeral that was held of one of the family members. On their way back, that's when the incident happened. In responding to question number 2, what is the status of the traffic wardens and their training as per the RTMC requirement? The Gauteng traffic wardens have been trained in terms of the National Road Traffic Act number 3 of 1996, Section 3.8, which provides the Chief Executive Officer may, upon such condition as he or she may determine, appoint as many persons as traffic wardens, and Section B, an MEC may, upon the conditions set by the Chief Executive Officer, appoint for the province concerned as many persons as traffic wardens. The Gauteng traffic wardens are currently appointed as trainees, and the following training has been provided to them: the criminal law, law of evidence, administration powers, basic concept of policing, personnel ethics, firearm competency, prevention of police brutality, law of criminal procedure, human rights bill, labor relations, community policing, prevention of police corruption, use of force, practical survival techniques and physical training, ethical policing, crime prevention, NSP on GPV pillars, e-policing technology courses, public service prescripts, defensive driving, serving of interim and protection orders, trauma management and stress management, court etiquette, code of conduct. In responding to number 3, how far is the process of qualifying them in firearms competency? To date, a total of 1,200 wardens have completed firearm training, and the wardens have been trained at the following institutions: the Tshwane Metro Police Department, the private service provider, and the Department of Community Safety, Amara. The firearm training has been placed on hold due to budget constraints. What is the current status of the injured traffic wardens? There were 5 traffic wardens that were injured. 1 traffic warden has been discharged from the hospital, and the final medical report has been submitted to the Department of Employment and Labour. 1 traffic warden is out of intensive care unit and is still in hospital. 3 traffic wardens were discharged and are being treated as outpatients. Progress medical reports are continuously being submitted to the Department of Employment and Labour. In responding to question number 5, according to the employment conditions of these traffic wardens, will there be a compensation for the injury? In responding to that, in line with Occupational Injuries and Diseases Act 130 of 1993, which is known as COIDA, medical reports for injuries sustained in line of duty are submitted to the Compensation Commissioner in the Department of Employment and Labour for adjudication. Ilento bayibiza ukuthi injury on duty. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable Any supplementary question or short term, Honorable Matlabe?
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually tempted to engage certain aspects of my question, or rather my questions. However, I do realize that there might be a limitation of understanding of certain concepts in terms of the policing environment. To the extent that one would reserve such an engagement, I would also ask the acting premier to go further and investigate as to under which act are the traffic wardens being utilized. Precisely because you would have noted that it is a public knowledge that they are not established in terms of the Police Act, and they are established in terms of another function of the ministerial functions, which I'm not going to bother the House by explaining that. And having said that, it is clear that there are discrepancies in terms of their status and their training as well. And I want to believe that there could be also certain misleading information that is given to the House in terms of what exactly transpired there. For instance, if those traffic wardens were confronted by someone that is armed with an AK-47 who fired at them, and you want to claim in this House that there was a SAPS member who was armed, the subsequent question would be, what did that member do there? And was there an operational plan? Was that a sanctioned operation? To the extent that one would want to know, did he fire with his firearm? And if he did not fire, why didn't he fire with the firearm? And one would want to wonder, who's that person? Can you provide the details of that SAPS member who was there? So I don't want to go further. I would probe further, just to show that there are loopholes in terms of the response. So let us not be responded to casually, to tick the boxes. Because these things, along the way, they go and catch up with you when the true facts emerges as to what happened there. So I would insist that the acting premier should go further and get finer details on this matter as to what happened that evening, so that somebody is covered properly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Acting Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair and the Honorable Member. We note his concerns, and we shall also investigate exactly the questions that he's asking. If there was an SAPS member, why didn't he fire? But one thing they did is to call for backup, so that then those members are actually assisted. So azang bahlale nje babe budedengu abantu belimele. Kepha baye baqiniseka ukuthi babizi backup, and all the law enforcement are actually assisting, and they were on scene to be able to assist. Even ambulance services were actually called to ferry some of those injured wardens to hospital. It's an unfortunate situation whereby our Gauteng traffic ward, dedicated men and women who found themselves in the crossfire of criminals. Ngempela sazwelana nabo. Luckily, no one lost a life. But an injury to a person, it means they have to undergo counseling to debrief them, because what they underwent was very traumatic. And as the Gauteng provincial government, we are making sure that they are being taken care of appropriately, and that they will continue being assisted.
Thank you, MEC. Before I call on Honorable Nseke, let me just give you the decision of the whips, is that the whips have decided that we push until 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, the next presiding officer will then decide, but I think we would cover a lot by then. But we will push honorable members to 2 o'clock. Thank you so much. Honorable Nseke, over to you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Ask your question, please.
Yes, thank you. With regards to Kitso Lesedi Food Bank in Ekurhuleni and the MEC's response that they have been implicated in the food bank investigation conducted by Gauteng Audit Services guest, could the MEC please indicate, has the department sat down with the NPO and explained the nature in which they are implicated in the guest reports? If not, why not?
Has the department also submitted the committee report about the food bank to GES? If not, why not? And what has the department done with the GES report since receiving it? Thank you.
Honourable Faith Mazibuku, now your
now as
social
MEC
now,
for
now
social
is you.
development. Also, kulunga kunesebenza abanye. Must get a bonus.
Yeah.
In responding to question number 1, if the department has met with the NPO, yes, indeed, we have met with the NPO on the 13th of August, where we're able to indicate to them that they are implicated in the case report. In responding to question number 2, if not, why not? I'm sure it is not necessary to respond on that because we've already met with them. In responding to question number 3, if the department has submitted a committee report on the food bank for GES, the report can be obtained from the Gauteng Audit Services. As a department, I continuously say, House Chair, we never commissioned the report. The report was done by the Gauteng Audit Services, and theirs was to pinpoint to us that there are NPOs that are implicated in the report. Obviously, question 4 falls off. In responding to question number 5, what has the department done with the GES report since receiving it? The department has conducted both programmatic and financial assessment, including engagement with the NPOs that are affected. These efforts have assisted us in establishing a way forward and how to respond appropriately. And some of them have not been funded, and some of them have been referred for forensic investigation. Thank you, Nyabo.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable Ntseke, supplementary question, a short remark, ma'am.
Yes. MEC, thank you very much that you're actually meeting with these NPOs. It was quite concerning when I visited the food bank to find out that they've just been told they're implicated in the report, but at that time when I visited, nobody had actually sat down with them. But one thing I also want to say is, on the 2023 food bank report that was done by the previous committee from the 6th administration, what I also know is, as a member of the committee then, and the then chairperson, Mema Mokgeti, we visited the food banks and met with all the food banks managers in West Rand. The problem that was happening then, you can also look at your GES report, is that there was a parallel process. The mention of Kitso Lesedi at that time was the fact that they did not receive food because under the previous MEC Mbali Shope, there was a parallel process created to deliver food. So I'm saying, when you do these reports, please also interrogate previous administration reports from committee to see what was undertaken by the committee as you interrogate these GES reports. Because sometimes it just says you didn't receive food, but your name is mentioned in the report. It doesn't say you are implicated in the corruption that took place that time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Ntseke. MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ntseke, for the response, for the follow-up, and also the advice that we must take other reports. In doing so, that's why we're creating one central food bank. Sizawuqeda zonke le nkinga esinazo. Wonke umuntu endaweni eyi-1, u-accounta endaweni eyi-1, ukudla kuphuma endaweni eyi-1. Kuzophela yonke le nyofonyofo lenzakala emaceleni. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Somlomo.
Thank you so much, MEC. Honourable Ntseke, you can ask your question to Honourable MEC Mamabolo, please. Thank you so much.
In a previous report, the MEC for Social Development, Mayor Faith Mazibuko, you indicated that... Chair?
Honourable members, can I just ask you to lower your voices, please, so we can hear the Honourable member speaking. Thank you, Honourable Ntseke.
Thank you. In a previous report, Mayor Faith Mazibuko indicated that 34.2 million was planning the Tembisa rehab facility. With that in mind, could the MEC please indicate which contractor had been appointed to complete this facility? What is the contractual amount of the building this facility in rands and cents? When is the planned start date and end date for the physical construction work? Based on the plans, how many people can be taken in as inpatients by this facility, and how many buildings or facilities on the sites will be contracted on the site, and what will be the function of each building/facility? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mamabolo. You may respond, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and good morning to all, good afternoon to all honourable members. Firstly, let me acknowledge, welcome and appreciate the question. Just very briefly and quickly, the reply to number one is that the department has not yet appointed any contractor to this project, as this project is still in the planning and design stages. What is the second one is the contractual amount of building this facility in rands and cents. So the fact that we haven't appointed a contractor itself should answer that question, that the amounts are not yet determined, as the contractor is not yet appointed. And then the third part is that the determination of the construction commencement date, which in turn establishes the anticipated completion timeline, will only be finalized upon the conclusion of the planning process, and this process is also contingent upon the successful completion of the land transaction or the securing of permission to occupy approval from the city of Ekurhuleni. This is a very important matter, Honourable Member, and I just want to emphasize it that we are in constant engagements with the city of Ekurhuleni to resolve this issue. Now, based on the plans made, that's question number 4, I can say that a total of 104 patients it's planned for this facility. And then, of course, number 5, which is about the buildings, facilities on the site, and the purpose of each. The list is quite long, but let me just, because we'll submit the reply to you to save the House time. Just there will be an administration building, medical and isolation wards, kitchen, dining facilities or dietary unit, laundry stores, maintenance, library, class school block, gym, sports center, swimming pool, pool house, pharmacy, outpatients units, etc., and other many facilities, football, and so on and so on. And all those are in the replies, just to save time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Seke. Supplementary question or short remark, please.
Just a short remark. Thank you, Ndate Mamabolo, for your response. I think where I'm a little bit concerned is that this facility is still in planning phase. And so then I worry why there was 34 million rand that was spent previously, because I thought that was for planning. Because the concern for me is that will there be additional money now that gets spent to plan further, as we are still in planning phase when you've already spent 34.2 million. And I understand not appointing a contractor, but what I would also like to know, considering I visited the field, which will be the facility one day, hopefully, I wanted to know from the list you've read, will there even be a training facility within the specifications that you have there? Because I know you said it's a long list, but could you at least confirm whether there'll be training which will run alongside the rehabilitation of the patients? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honourable MEC.
Yeah, let me just say that the costs that will have been incurred for this will be for the planning and design stages. Now, let me also say that I ended with a swimming pool and pool house. The next bullet point there is skills workshop, stroke training and vocational center. That is, I stopped just before that. So those facilities should suggest that certainly training is intended. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Hickling. To Honourable MEC, Health and Wellness. Thank you, Honourable Moriarty.
I rise to ask the MEC for Health and Wellness. MEC, you have long said that the moratorium on staff placements has been lifted, yet the picture on the ground is totally different. Hospital CEOs are still being allowed to appoint persons in vacant funded posts according to specific grades and criteria determined by yourself or the HOD, Mr. Lesiba Malutana. With this in mind, please explain, one, when will CEOs of hospitals across Gauteng be allowed to fill all funded vacant posts without having to apply for specific category clearances? Two, what criteria do you use to determine which posts can be filled and which cannot be filled when all critical posts left vacant affect the delivery of quality patient care in our hospitals? Three, what criteria do you use to determine which posts can be filled and which cannot be filled when all critical posts left vacant affect the waiting times experienced by our patients? Four, funded vacant posts for consultants, registrars, doctors and nurses are the most critical posts. When will the full moratorium on these posts be lifted? And five, if the moratorium on the funded vacant posts for consultants, registrars, doctors and nurses have been lifted, why do we still see such critical shortages across the province? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Moriarty. Honourable MEC Nkomorela Oko, you can respond, ma'am, please. You are online.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair of Committees. The response to the first question will be all CEOs are allowed to fill vacant funded posts in line with the approved post-filling plan of the department. Then the second response will be the criteria was based on the service delivery and teaching obligations the department has. It is for this reason then that the department prioritized statutory posts which are registrars and medical officers to retain the HPCSA accreditation and retain teaching. Periodical specialists and medical officers were recruited to complement the shortage of doctors in all the institutions. Furthermore, nurses' posts on conditional grants were extended while permanent posts were advertised and filled. The third answer to this it will be the lecturers. Sorry, I'm still responding to that one. The lecturers for the Gauteng College of Nursing were recruited to address the shortage of qualified staff as well as to commence with nursing postgraduate programs. Medical officers at forensic pathology services were sourced to manage and address postmortem backlogs. Allied professional posts and medical specialist and administration posts have been advertised. The third answer then will be referred to the above. The fourth one is the response is the department has advertised and filled 352 vacant registries and doctors' posts as well as 500 nurses' posts. In addition, the department has advertised 321 registry and doctors' posts for the January 2026 intake. The last response will be the department can only fill funded posts which have been prioritized by the CEOs and district chief directors. Thank you, Chairperson of Committees.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Moriarty, supplementary question or short remark, sir?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you, MEC, for the response. But in your response, you indicated that there's an approved post-filling plan of the province. Could we get a copy of that approved post-filling plan, please? It does seem that there's still a degree of discretion that discretion might be inconsistently applied and might not be applied in accordance with the needs on a health perspective in terms of the residents that need to use your health services. But I do note that you indicated the numbers. Those numbers, you went through the numbers very fast. I caught a number of something like 642 doctors, 300 nurses, and so on. We will read with interest in the Hansard what those actual numbers are. But if you say that those numbers have been, those posts have been advertised, could you give us an indication of how long the process will be from the time that you have advertised through to the time that these posts will be filled? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Moriarty. Honourable MEC.
We will definitely give you a detail of the plan, including when those posts will be filled, because the processes are in place as we speak, and we will definitely make sure that you will get that plan, and that plan is having the process that we are following, and we are not using the discretion, but even the numbers, I'm going to forward you the questions that I've just answered now, so that you can forward them to Member Hecklin. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable F. Nkobeni, can you ask your question again?
Hecklin question. It's similar, but it's not the same.
Honourable F. Nkobeni, can you please ask your question to the MEC Health and Wellness, please? Thank you.
Chair of Chairs, we've just asked HL027. I'm now needing to ask HL028.
Let me just... Oh, I see. Go ahead, please, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, Honourable Nkobeni.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair of Chairs. This is very similar to the previous one, but it pertains to PHCs and CHCs. MEC, you have long said that the moratorium on staff placements has been lifted. I'll leave the rest. Primary health care clinics and the community health care are still dramatically short-staffed, with some having been closed on certain days when a single professional nurse is off ill, calls in sick or takes leave, and her or his replacement does not arrive. With this in mind, can you please explain, number one, when will PHCs and CHCs across Gauteng be capacitated and have all funded vacant posts filled to ensure adequate services to our residents? Two, what criteria do you use to determine which posts can be filled and which cannot be filled when all critical posts left vacant affect waiting times experienced by patients? Three, what criteria do you use to determine which posts can be filled and which cannot be filled when all critical posts left vacant affect the delivery of quality patient care in our clinics? Four, funded vacant posts for doctors, professional nurses and pharmacists are the most critical posts in PHCs and CHCs. When will the full moratorium on these posts be lifted? And five, if the moratorium on the funded vacant posts for doctors, professional nurses and pharmacists has been lifted, why do we see such critical shortages across the province? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Moriarty. Honourable MEC.
Thank you, thank you, Chairperson of Committees. Let me answer the first response. The response is the department has advertised professional nurse posts to capacitate all PHC and CHCs. In addition, GCON professional graduates have been placed to complement the current staff. Other vacant funded posts will be filled or before the end of January 2026. Then the response to the second question will be, the department developed a post-filling plan which prioritizes service delivery obligations. Then the answer to the third question referred to the above. Then the fourth one is that the professional nurses have appointed in various PHCs and CHCs. Funded doctors and pharmacist posts will be advertised as of October and filled or before the end of January 2026. Then the response to the last question is referred to question 4. Thank you, Chairperson of Committees.
Thank you so much, MEC. Honourable Moriarty, supplementary question or short remark, please, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. I note in this particular response is a date given, which is the end of January 2026. We'll obviously follow that one with interest. come the 1st of February 2026, the Honourable MEC can expect a very strong response from us if there's a single vacancy left vacant. But there's another reference to the post-filling plan. If it differs from the other one in the previous question, if we could get this particular plan as well. And thank you very much for the comprehensive response.
Thank you so much, Honourable Moriarty. Honourable F. Ngubeni, you can ask your question to the MEC Health and Wellness, please. Not here.
Yeah, thank you very much,
Oh, you online. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, with reference to Baklu North Clinic and Iterelem Pomolong Clinic, both municipal health facilities under the jurisdiction of the city of Ekurhuleni, and in light of the Department of Health's responsibility for ensuring adequate staffing, equipment and oversight of primary healthcare services, can the MEC answer the following question? How many professional nurses are currently employed at each of these clinics? And what is the recommended staffing component required to meet their respective service demands? Is there an active recruitment process underway to address any current shortages of professional nurses at these facilities? And what timelines have been set to filling these posts? Thirdly, is the MEC aware of reported shortages of vital signs monitors and blood pressure machines at Itereleng Pomolong Clinic? And what immediate steps are being taken to address this lack of essential medical equipment? And lastly, when will the permanent clinical head or manager be appointed at Itereleng Pomolong Clinic, and what accounts for the delay in filling this critical leadership position? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Ngubeni. Honourable MEC, you may respond. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the first response is that Bechley North Clinic currently employs 11 professional nurses. The recommended staffing complement to adequately meet service demands is 18 professional nurses. Itereleng Pomolong Clinic employs 9 primary healthcare nurses, 6 from the city of Ekurhuleni and 3 from the Gauteng Department of Health. The facility consists of 8 consulting rooms, and the current staffing levels meet the structural requirements. However, they are inadequate for addressing the increasing demand for services. Then to optimize operations, a request has been submitted then to the HR department to fill the vacant facilities manager's position. While the existing staffing aligns with structural needs, it is essential to enhance the workforce to better meet the clinic's service demands. Then the second response is that the city of Ekurhuleni is not currently recruiting due to budget constraints. And then the response to the third question is the shortage, the issue of shortage of vital signs monitors and blood pressure machines at Itereleng and Pomolong Clinic has been escalated to senior management at the city of Ekurhuleni. However, due to budget constraints, the procurement of medical equipment is currently not feasible on their side, but it's something that even on our side we are thinking of helping, because we have been assisting now Ekurhuleni in some of the clinics where they have shortages of medication. Hence, immediately when we got the question, we had to immediately communicate with the senior management of Ekurhuleni to address this problem, so that if there is a shortage, we are able to intervene. That's what we've been doing, and we will definitely intervene as we speak on this specific area to assist both clinics. Then the response then to the fourth question is that the local government has not filled vacant posts of clinic head manager position due to budget constraints. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Any supplementary question or short remark? Honourable Ngubeni.
No, Chair, I think we appreciate the response from the MEC. What is quite clear is that there will need to be some kind of reprioritization in terms of the budget, because these are primary healthcare And I think obviously this will be directed to the municipality because this is the competency of the municipality. But we will really appreciate if the MEC can continue to engage with the municipality, the department, the senior managers, so that they can realize the importance of really doing this reprioritization and being able to really ensure that those equipment and the filling of these positions can be expedited. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable MEC.
No comment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I take note of these things.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable More, can you please ask your question to MEC Health and Wellness, please? Thank you so much.
Chair, I will ask the question on behalf of Honorable More.
Go ahead, Honorable Ngobeni.
Yes, MEC, with regard to the administration of Sam Dumani clinics, whereby the management team has been instructed by the MEC of Health not to request the identity of the patient when they open the patient file. Can the MEC answer the following question? What rationale informed the directive prohibiting staff from requesting patient identity documentation or passport during the file creation at Sam Dumani Clinic and other healthcare centers? How does the department intend to mitigate the risk associated with inaccurate patient records, particularly in cases involving foreign nationals? Has the department conducted any assessment on how the absence of verified patient information affects clinical decision-making, follow-up care, and overall accountability in service delivery at public health facilities? What are the underlying causes of the ongoing stock-out of antiretroviral drugs for both adults and children at Sam Dumani clinics, and what immediate measures has the department implemented to stabilize supply chains and protect continuity of care? And what systems are currently in place to flag and escalate medication shortages at district and provincial levels? And how frequently are these mechanisms reviewed to ensure responsiveness to recurring stock-out issues in clinics across the globe? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobeni, for the question. The response to the first question, it's Jabulani Dumani did not get an instruction from the MEC regarding this matter. Jabulani Dumani CHC is still asking for identity documents or passport as this information is required in the TPH 28 file cover to open a file to all the patients that come. Then the response to the second question, as indicated in 1 and in 2, the information, as indicated in the response 1, the identity document or passport is still required to open the TPH 28 file to ensure accuracy of information. The response to answer 3, as indicated in 1 and 2, the information is recorded on the TPH 28 file. Therefore, there was no need to conduct an assessment. The response to 4, there is stable supply of antiretroviral drugs for adults. We do not have stock outs. The pediatric Abakev 120 mg and lamivudine 600 mg combination and lamivudine syrup were a challenge and companies could not supply due to active pharmaceutical ingredients, which is API shortages that we were having. However, these items are currently available in stock. The response to the last question, the National Surveillance Center and Stock Visibility System, which is SPAS data, has reports to show stock availability in which stock is easily rotated to facilities with that is having greater need. These reports flag medication shortages at districts and provincial level to prompt action. The stock reports are loaded from clinics and hospitals on weekly basis. Hospitals and clinics have dedicated pharmacists and pharmacist assistants who order and issue stock. These personnel ensure replenishment of stock as per minimum and maximum quantities per institution, which is informed by the demand. This personnel also flag stock shortages as soon as stock is short and that needs to be applied. Which areas then that need to be supplied? Then the stock shortages are escalated to pharmacy and therapeutic committees, which we are having in the hospitals, in the clinics and hospitals. Institutional and provincial PTCs are fully functional and attends to stock shortages and resolve stock outs with alternatives and attends to stock shortages and resolve them with those alternative drugs and buyouts. The PTCs sit at least once a month and conduct an ad hoc meetings when drugs are required urgently. Institutions and districts are authorized to buy out stock in case of shortages, and this is reviewed weekly by the pharmacy program and monthly by the PTCs. Rotation of stock in cases of shortages in Gauteng province facilities is practiced usefully so because we are aware where there is a need and they meet on a weekly basis, and where there is an agency in any facility, that's where we intervene. That's why we are able even to assist some of the clinics like in Ekurhuleni, where you'll find that those clinics that belong to the municipality have shortages of certain medication. We definitely intervene and ensure that help is being done. I will definitely then, a chair of committee, submit the questions to Honorable Ngobeni for Honorable Member More, so that she can have the questions that I've just answered now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Any supplementary? No, I'm finished. Thank you so much. Honorable Ngobeni, are you going to ask the next question for the MEC Education? For Honorable More?
That's correct, Chair.
Go ahead, please.
Can I go ahead? Yes. Let me see with regard to the material findings, the 2024-2025 annual report. Can the MEC answer the following questions? What immediate steps has the department taken to address the trip and fall hazard caused by the transversing electrical cords due to insufficient plug points? And how is this being monitored to ensure compliance with Section 8.1 of the OHS Act? Secondly, given the risk posed by housekeeping and obstructed walkways, what is the department plan to improve storage infrastructure and ensure safe emergency evacuation procedures across all facilities? And lastly, what are the reasons behind the delays in implementing occupational health and safety findings? And how does the department intend to prevent future non-compliance notices from the Department of Employment and Labour? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable MEC Chilwane, you may answer.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Good afternoon, colleagues, honorable members, sorry. With regard to the first question, the following steps were taken to address the traversing electrical cords due to insufficient plug points. Assessments were conducted by the infrastructure unit to determine the type of repairs required to address the trip and fall hazard caused by traversing cables. And the following repairs were done, and scope of repair works included the following: repairs of non-functioning plug points, placement of damaged plug points, installation of additional plug points where the available plug points are not sufficient, adding circuit breakers to distribution board to supplement additional plug points in cases where there is an overload of current electricity. In some cases, there are faulty appliances. Those appliances are unplugged and removed and checked if the fault is resolved. Exposed wires to plug points are checked for short circuits, replaced with new wires and adding additional plug points to workstations where there are insufficient plug points. The department has an OHS unit that continually conducts inspection on a monthly basis at the facilities to ensure the hazards are identified, addressed earlier, to prevent occupational injuries and ensure compliance with Section 8(1) of the OHS Act. With regard to the second question, the storage and housekeeping issues are multifaceted issues. It requires a full investigation into the problem. The size of the buildings is fixed, and any process to obtain additional storage infrastructure must be done through building or internal alteration, which is a lengthy process and take many months. The Directorate Asset Management has resumed the process of removing items that are placed unsafely within the buildings to create a safe space for all officials and persons accessing the buildings. In the case of registry, the infrastructure planning has systematically investigated space and alternative storage options to optimize existing space in registries. Users are expected to archive unnecessary documents. In some cases, additional shelving was proposed, which proved to be an effective solution. This process is currently in procurement and awaits approval of a POA for groundwork. Safe emergency evacuation procedures can be implemented when the emergency exits are free from obstruction and the emergency exit signage is installed in all facilities. With the third question, the delay in implementing OHS findings is caused by financial constraints experienced by the department, especially on infrastructure. This challenge has made it difficult to respond to all the OHS findings on infrastructure. The situation has put the department in a position where it is becoming difficult to prioritize critical projects because every request for infrastructure maintenance needs immediate intervention. The infrastructure unit is planning to set aside a portion of the infrastructure maintenance budget to deal with challenges related to non-compliance to OHS requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Ngubeni, supplementary question or a short remark, sir?
No supplementary question, Chair. Thank you very much for the response.
Thank you so much. You are also doing Honourable Moody's next question. Is it right, Honourable Ngubeni?
Yes, that's correct, Chair of Chair.
Please go ahead. Ask it to the MEC of Education, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MEC, regarding or with regards to the material findings of the 2024-2025 annual report, can the MEC answer the following questions? Why were competitive bids not invited for transactions exceeding 1 million when it was practical to do so? What corrective measures have been implemented to ensure compliance with Treasury Regulations 16A-61 and related instructions? Number 3, what internal controls failed to prevent the awarding of construction contracts to non-CIDB registered contractors? Number 4, can the MEC provide a breakdown of contracts deemed uneconomical, including the rationale for approving prices that were not reasonable? And what steps are being taken to align procurement practices with PFMA 38(1)B? And how does the department plan to improve the procurement and financial governance systems to prevent future deviations and irregularities? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Ngubeni. Honourable MEC Chilwani, you may respond, sir.
Thank you once more, Honourable Member and Chair of Chairs. With regard to the first question, the department has experienced unforeseen emergencies that required immediate intervention to prevent disruptions and ensure safety of learners and property. Due to the urgency of the situation, it was not practical to follow the prescribed competitive bidding process. To ensure continuity of services and timely resolution of the emergency, the GBE appointed suitable service providers capable of responding within the required time frame. With regard to the second question, the following measures have been put in place to ensure compliance with SCM prescript as well as the PFMA requirements, enhanced market analysis and cost benchmarking, competitive bidding and price evaluations controls, contract and specification standardization, strengthen oversight and review mechanism, monitoring, reporting and consequence management, and capacity building and continuous improvement. With regard to the third question, the tender was advertised and it did not have CIDB as a requirement. In terms of the terms of reference, the provision of mobiles is considered a non-fixed structure and therefore movable. The requirements of the terms of reference were for a pre-qualified list of service providers in the space of manufacturing and supply of mobiles and not construction. According to the sub-regulation 4 or 3 of the regulations issued in terms of the CIDB Act, a contractor who undertakes a construction work contracts substantially consists of the provision of supply is exempted from registration in terms of these regulations. As per paragraph 4.2.2 of the terms of reference, it specifically excludes concrete works. The CIDB practice note number 13 of February 2008, identifying a construction works contract, clearly indicates that construction works can involve the provision of combination of goods and services. However, the provision of goods or services alone does not result in the application of CIDB. The practice note also requires that a construction contract must be result in a fixed asset for the state organ. In the view of the above, the appointed service providers were awarded despite the status of CIDB due to the fact that it was never a requirement, and this is supported by the CIDB Act. And furthermore, the following factors should be considered. The prefabricated classroom tender is not subject to the CIDB Act because it involves the manufacturing and supply of prefabricated buildings, which are manufactured off-site and delivered to schools. Prefabricated classrooms are designed, manufactured, and assembled as complete units, minimizing on-site construction work. This reduces the risks and complexity associated with traditional construction projects. The installation of prefabricated classrooms typically involves minimal site preparation and assembly, which is often performed by the manufacturer's trained personnel. This limited site of work does not require the same level of construction expertise as traditional building of projects. The prefabricated industry is more akin to manufacturing than traditional construction. Prefabricated manufacturers design, produce, and deliver complete building units, which are then installed on site. CIDB regulation is not directly applicable to this type of industry. With regard to the fourth question, the contract was awarded considering the price, offering, and availability of stock on hand due to urgent requirements for classrooms. In ensuring alignment to procurement practices with PFMA 38(1)B, the following measures have been put in place to ensure compliance with the SCM prescript, as well as the PFMA requirement. I repeat the same thing: enhanced market analysis and cost benchmarking up to capacity building and continuous improvement. With regard to the fifth question, the department is continually improving the control environment to identify control weaknesses, internal control weaknesses, and implement corrective measures. These include the weaknesses that led to the previous deviation and irregular expenditure, and is implementing several targeted measures to strengthen procurement and financial governance. The focus on reinforcing compliance, accountability, and transparency across all stages of the supply chain management and financial management processes. The following control measures are being implemented. Firstly, procurement compliance checklist that must be signed off by the SCM and reviewed by the Bid Adjudication Committee prior to approval. Conduct regular training and refresher programs for SCM officials, bid committees, and end users on procurement regulation, CIDB requirements, and treasury instructions. Enforce disciplinary action and recovery process where non-compliance results in financial loss or irregular expenditure. Maintain a register of deviation and disciplinary outcomes to monitor trends and prevent repeat occurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Nkubeni, any supplementary question or short remark?
No, Chair, let's thank the MEC for a comprehensive response. I think with all those measures in place and if they can be implemented, we should be able to see a different Auditor General's report in the next outcomes that we're going to receive. So we hope to see that in action and not just in paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Nkubeni. Honorable Tlebere, you may ask your question, please. The MEC of Finance, withdrawn, eh? Is that withdrawn, MEC? Honorable Member?
Good afternoon. The question was withdrawn last night.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Honorable Tlebere, you may ask your question for the MEC Sports, Track, Arts and Culture. Honorable Chilwane, please. Thank you so much.
Gauteng has made history by securing the rights to host the inaugural Live Golf South Africa tournaments at the Steyn City Golf Club in March 2026, marking the first time this global tournament comes to the African continent. This development has been widely hailed as a game changer for our province, sporting, tourism, and economic landscape. In light of this, can the MEC kindly elaborate on the following? What are the projected economic and tourism benefits of this international tournament for the people of Gauteng, particularly in terms of job creation and SMME opportunities? How does the department plan to leverage this tournament to uplift golf development in disadvantaged communities and ensure legacy benefits reach township-based sporting programs? What preparatory measures, including infrastructure upgrades and intergovernmental coordination, are currently being implemented ahead of the March 2026 event, and how will this event be used as a springboard to attract future international sporting events? And what is a long-term vision for sustaining Gauteng's reputation as a world-class sporting hub? Thank you.
MEC Matume, Chilwane, can respond to the questions.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thank you, Honorable Tlebere. With regard to the first question, the economic impact. Research indicates that Live Golf events generate significant financial benefits. For example, the 2024 Live Golf at Adelaide in Australia event contributed over 17 million Australian dollars, which is equivalent to 800 million rand in the local economy, driven by nearly 100,000 attendees, including 10% international visitors. In Johannesburg, each event is projected to attract more than as many as 50 to 70,000. As we speak now, members, we're sitting at more than 70,000 tickets that have been sold for the tournament, generating between 500 to 800 million in direct spending on accommodation, dining, and transport, with 2,000 to 3,000 temporary jobs will be created per event. Furthermore, there will be concerts featuring major South African artists like Black Coffee, Tyler, etc., who will draw additional visitors. And also bring international artists. We're looking to bring Beyonce to come and to come on the first tournament next year, which is good for cultural tourism. And the participation of Tinga GC, which is a South African team with multiple tournament winners, is expected to also draw significant local attention. With regard to the second question, The department views the Lift Golf Tournament as a catalyst for long-term transformation in the sport. The department will collaborate closely with local structures such as the Gauteng Golf Association, Gauteng Sports Confederation, and the Gauteng Department of Education to design and implement a targeted legacy program. This initiative will ensure that the benefits derived from hosting the Lift Golf Tournament are strategically earmarked for the development of marginalized youth golfers, particularly those from township and rural communities. The program will focus on structured coaching and mentorship pathways, which will include access to equipment and facilities, integration into provincial and national development programs where applicable, ongoing support through school and community-based golf initiatives. This partnership-driven approach aims to embed sustainability and inclusivity into Gauteng's golf development ecosystem, ensuring that the tournament leaves a lasting impact. However, the leverage success will be dependent on the National Department of Sports Arts Culture, the lead department in the negotiations of the partnerships. With regard to the third question, the event is being coordinated through a multi-stakeholder partnership involving the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, the lead department and strategic national department and agencies, Gauteng provincial government and strategic departments, City of Johannesburg, and local tourism and transport authorities. The event organizers are currently planning for cost enhancements. The club has 10 cities undergoing refinements to meet Live Golf's international broadcast and competition standards. This includes upgraded fairways and greens, enhanced spectator zones and hospitality areas, and improved drainage and irrigation systems. With regard to the fourth question, the Gauteng's bidding and hosting strategy embraces 5 visionary pillars for events in the province: attracting world-class events, diverse events promoting social cohesion, events attracting and increasing visitors to Gauteng, events that contribute to economic development through job creation and SMME development, responsible and safe events that safeguard the reputation of brand Gauteng. The event will enhance South Africa's global brand positioning, aligning with government's priorities, reinforcing the country's reputation as a sporting hub. Successful hosting of the event will showcase Gauteng's capability to host large-scale international competition. This builds confidence among global federations and rights holders and further attracts other similar events to the province. Thank you.
Any supplementary question or input, Member Tlebere?
Yes, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Knowing that the department doesn't have enough, so I'd like to know who will be funding this Live Golf Tournament, and if the MEC knows that there's any private sponsors that will also be contributing to this golf, Live Golf, and if there's any risk, if there's any guarantee that there could not be any public funds that will be used, and if the proceed will also assist to support the youth golf, job creation, or any skills development. Thank you.
MEC Chilwane.
All right, thank you again, Honorable Tlebere. Firstly, the funding of this Live tournament, golf tournament, is largely led by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture at national level, in partnership with the multiple private sector stakeholders who have come on board to ensure that the tournament actually comes to our shores. So Gauteng government has not put a single cent to it. In terms of the support for youth and youth from our townships, the Live Golf Tournament has a foundation, they call it Little Sticks, which will be working in partnership with the Gauteng Golf Association, as well as the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation in Gauteng, to coordinate this foundation program where to be targeting the youth, especially young people in schools, and to grow the sport. It's called the Little Sticks. So they are looking to fund the equipment for these young youth learners currently. So that process has already started. It's also working with the World of Golf to utilize their facilities to train young people. So that's around the proceed and support for young people across. But however, of course, an expansion is going to be taking place as we expand to also young people who are in the township, young people who are unemployed, and young people who have general keen interest. And also, hopefully in future, also create opportunities for up-and-coming young golfers to really enter a space and have maybe, for example, a pre-tournament where they can be able to showcase their talents. I think that should be it. If I've missed anything, the honourable member can ask again. Thank you, Chair, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
No. Thank you, Ms. Chilwane. The honourable member does not have the right to ask a further question. Member Mukheti, may you please read your question?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I rise in terms of Rule 134 to ask the question to the MEC for Human Settlement. MEC, the recent NCOP Local Government Parliamentary Oversight Week under the theme Restoring the Dignity of Our People through Spatial Planning, Provision of Human Settlements, Water and Sanitation. In this spirit, we acknowledge the important step taken by the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement in issuing a call for missing beneficiaries linked to various housing projects to come forward. This initiative is key to ensuring that no rightful beneficiary is left behind and that the dignity of our communities is fully restored through proper allocation and transfer of homes. Could the MEC please outline the following? One, what steps in the department has taken to trace and contact these missing beneficiaries and the municipalities and community structures being engaged as partners in this process? Two, what measures have been put in place to safeguard the affected properties from illegal occupation or fraudulent claims while the rightful beneficiaries are still being located? And the last question, which is number 3, once the rightful beneficiaries are identified, how will the department ensure that the restoration and transfer process is expedited to avoid further delays in securing their housing rights? Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Mutara.
Thank you, Honourable Mukheti, for the question. The response is as follows. The department is conducting a systematic verification process on the National Housing Needs Register and the housing subsidy system to match approved beneficiaries with project records. This includes cross-referencing identity numbers with the Department of Home Affairs, SASSA, and the Deeds Registry to confirm identity, status, and location. Members need to understand that most beneficiaries of our programs are recipients of the Social Relief Grant by virtue of the qualification criteria. This makes it easier for us to cross-reference with SASSA as an adopted means of consolidating and updating our data. We also use the bulk SMS notifications. This message campaign we release at least once a week. This is sent to inform beneficiaries about the allocations and urge them to respond by visiting the respective customer care centres to update their information. We also have a public call and outreach campaign, which is a province-wide communication drive, and this has been launched through print, radio, municipal notice boards, and social media platforms to invite all missing beneficiaries to come forward. Dedicated beneficiaries verification desks have been established at regional offices to facilitate walk-ins and identify confirmations. We also have community engagement and partnerships. The department is working with community liaison officers, local forums, and traditional leadership structures where applicable to enhance outreach, especially in older projects where data records are incomplete or manually archived. The response to the second part of the question is as follows. The department is collaborating and implementing a robust risk management intervention to protect unallocated or disputed properties while rightful beneficiaries are being verified. These include working with land invasion units of respective municipalities, SEPs, visible policing, and the crime prevention wardens of the Gauteng Department of Community Safety. Joint operations are conducted to prevent and respond to illegal occupations. We also have all reported fraudulent allocations or occupation attempts are referred to Provincial Anti-Fraud Unit and the Legal Services for Investigation and Prosecution under the Prevention of Illegal Eviction and Unlawful Occupation of Land Act. We also have the monitoring and reporting mechanism where our beneficiary relations officers are tasked with maintaining updated project registers and incident logs to detect and report any irregular occupation patterns for immediate intervention. These measures collectively aim to uphold the rule of law, preserve state assets, and protect the integrity of the allocation process. The response to the last part of the question is as follows. The department has implemented the following procedures to speed up the restoration and transfer process after the legitimate recipients have been identified and validated. Firstly, a multidisciplinary task team has been established to oversee coordination between the beneficiary management, legal, and project management units, ensuring a seamless flow from verification to key handover as well as the title deed transfer. And there is ongoing improvements to the housing subsidy system. These are enabling faster verification, automatic flagging of duplicate records, and electronic confirmation of transfer readiness. Thank you very much.
Member Bokhethi, do you have a supplementary question or short remark?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. MEC, I think you were part of the oversight. I can only say, from what we have seen, well done as Gauteng and keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
MEC?
Thank you.
Okay. We now have Member Chokwe. May you please ask your question, read your question.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. My question to a member of the Executive Council for Agriculture and Rural Development is that noting that the agricultural sector faces significant challenges which the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development must address, including the establishment of food gardens in schools as part of the program to raise awareness of the agricultural industry and promote food security across Gauteng schools. Can the MEC respond to the following question regarding the provision of adequate food gardens in schools? Question number 1. Provide the tangible plans that the department is implementing to develop food gardens in school. Question number 2. Indicate the entire cost to the provincial government of establishing and maintaining these gardens. Question number 3. Outline the focus area of this food gardens program, specifying which schools have been prioritized for the establishment of agricultural food gardens as part of combating hunger within the province. And the last question, MEC, does the department has a formal signed SLA with Gauteng Department of Education? And please share with the House key activities that were achieved. Thank you very much. Chair of Chair, Deputy Chair.
Mr. Ramakgopa can respond to the question.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and thank you, Honourable Member Chokwe. The Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has developed and is implementing a comprehensive school food gardens program as part of our broader effort to promote agricultural awareness and strengthen food security in the province. At the heart of this program is the GDAD School Food Gardens Framework, which outlines the minimum requirements, processes and standards for the planning, approval, implementation, monitoring and evaluation of school food gardens across Gauteng. The purpose of this initiative is fourfold. Number 1, to assist schools in producing their own vegetables to supplement the National School Nutrition Program, ensuring that learners receive nutritious meals daily. Number 2, to equip learners and educators with practical agricultural skills and knowledge, linking classroom learning to real-life solutions that address food security and nutrition challenges. Number 3, to raise awareness of agriculture as a viable and rewarding career path, nurturing the next generation of agripreneurs and environmental stewards. And finally, to increase food production at school level, where surplus produce may be provided to vulnerable learners or sold to generate income to buy seeds and maintain the sustainability of the gardens. In terms of the process and implementation, Honourable Chokwe, GDAD works in partnership with the Gauteng Department of Education to identify schools, prioritizing the vulnerable non-fee paying schools that already benefit from the National School Nutrition Programme. Once selected, GDAD provides agricultural inputs such as seeds, compost, gardening tools, and training materials. Training and capacity building are provided for both educators and learners on topics including sustainable gardening, soil management, and climate-smart agricultural techniques. Food gardening activities are integrated into the school curriculum, fostering long-term engagement and agricultural literacy among learners. Regular monitoring and evaluation visits are conducted by departmental officials to ensure performance, provide technical advice, and support the sustainability of these gardens. However, this is not limited to vegetable gardens alone. In line with the framework, GDAD promotes a diversified approach to food production, which includes small-scale animal husbandry, such as poultry and egg production, aquaculture projects where feasible, and fruit tree planting to enhance both nutrition and environmental greening within school grounds. This holistic model not only contributes to immediate food relief, but also helps learners understand the value of biodiversity, environmental care, and community-based agriculture. Importantly, the framework also provides for clear roles and responsibilities within the department to ensure accountability and alignment. Through this program, we are not merely planting vegetables, but we are also planting the seeds of self-reliance, dignity, and hope. By empowering learners and educators, we are addressing hunger today while preparing future generations to sustain themselves tomorrow. Currently, GDAD is scaling up implementation through interdepartmental collaboration, as well as partnerships with other community-based and civil society organizations. The vision is that every participating school becomes a living laboratory for agricultural learning and community upliftment. Finally, Chair of Chairs, Honourable, this program reflects our government's unwavering commitment to building a hunger-free, resilient and self-sustaining Gauteng. By teaching our children to grow their own food, we are cultivating a generation that understands that food security begins at home, in our schools and in our communities. On the second question, indicated the estimated cost to the provincial government. The estimated cost for establishing and maintaining food gardens in schools varies, depending on the size and scope of each garden. On average, the cost per school is approximately 50,000 Rand for initial setup, which includes infrastructure, inputs, and training. Annual maintenance costs are estimated at 20,000 Rand per school. These costs are covered under GDAD's allocated budget for food security and agricultural development programs. Question 3. Outline the focus areas of this Food Gardens program, specifying which schools have been prioritized. The program prioritizes schools located in underserved and food-insecure communities across Gauteng. The focus areas include schools in peri-urban areas and rural areas, schools with existing nutrition programs, schools that have demonstrated commitment to agricultural education. And these schools are prioritized in terms of a needs assessment based on their levels of their vulnerability and alignment with provincial food security objectives. The program currently supports 208 schools across Gauteng, spanning all 5 districts, including Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, Tshwane, Sedibeng, and the West Rand, with further participation from sub-regions such as Region C, D, and G. The types of assistance provided include garden tools, seeds, watering cans, compost, school food garden boxes, potting soil, and advisory support to enhance food production capacity. And these interventions were implemented from April 2024 onwards, ensuring that the gardens were established early in the planting cycle. I have also, for your reference, Honourable Chokwe, provided the framework, if you would like to have a detailed review of the framework, as well as a comprehensive list of the schools that have been supported, and I will ensure that that information makes its way to you accordingly and is tabled with the Secretariat. On question 4, does the department have a formal signed SLA with GDE? GDAD does not have a formal signed service level agreement with the Gauteng Department of Education currently to facilitate the implementation of school food garden programs. It must also be noted that GDAD is not the only department that is engaged in food garden programs. There are also similar programs that are led by Department of Education itself, as well as Department of Health and Department of Social Development. Thank you.
Member Chokwe, any supplementary question or a short remark?
Thank you very much, MEC, for the answers. The key word lies on the last question of the SLA between you as the embodiment of agriculture and rural development in our province. So there will always, as long as we don't have such an SLA between you and the department, we will just have anybody rising, any department rising to run with the baton of agriculture in schools. Gauteng is home for more than 16 million people. And you will note that in rural provinces, there are schools that are called agricultural schools. If you look at the number of mouths to feed in Gauteng, and you look at my last question, you will understand where I'm going, where it will not be a miracle for both Department of Education and Department of Agriculture to say one day in one of the regions we can have an agricultural school, and where we will have programs that will assist the Gauteng province people. Thank you very much, Honorable.
I share the sentiments conveyed by Honorable Chokwe. On the first point, we will certainly engage with Department of Education. I think it's a point well made, and we should formalize our relationship so that even beyond our time, that can be institutionalized. So I'm in agreement. On the second point, you will be glad to know, Honorable Chokwe, that we have adopted the Machalis Secondary School of Specialization, which is currently the only school of specialization in the province that is focused on agricultural studies. And we have committed through our investments and the additional investments that we have managed to rally from the private sector to convert this school into a true center of excellence for agricultural education in our province. And I hope truly that our children will benefit from the work we are doing in the 7th administration. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, Deputy Speaker, in the amendment of the standing rules, I think we must be allowed as presiding officers to ask questions as the MECs respond. Because I was interested, MEC, not that I'm not asking you to answer it. Of which school does it has chickens as one of the projects? Because I heard you saying you also do chickens, so I was like, I want to know this answer, but it's fine, I'll ask you after the meeting. Okay, all right. The next questions, who's asking a question for Member Ndlovu?
I'm asking,
Member Ndlovu, are you online?
Yes, can
Okay,
ask
okay.
the
Okay, you can ask your question,
yourself,
read your question.
Deputy Chair. Thank you. Greetings to members and to the people of Gauteng. My question to the Infrastructure Development Department. The Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management, as per the presentation done to the Portfolio Committee on the 12th of September 2025, took note of the key issues that affect the acceleration of service delivery within the province of Gauteng. Could the MEC please indicate, one, what is the role of Intergovernmental Relations Forum in helping all the three spheres of government to navigate the hurdles that are caused
by the lack of coordination and limited engagements by different stakeholders in the entire ecosystem of service delivery. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
MEC?
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and very briefly, Honorable Ndlovu, hoping that he's passing, we had his studying. Now, the reply to the question is the Intergovernmental Relations Forum Act 13 of 2005 plays an important role in strengthening coordination, cooperation, and collaboration amongst the three spheres of government, national, provincial, and local, to ensure the efficient delivery of infrastructure and related public services. Through the IGR structures, the Department of DID and GIFA with COCTA work closely with national and provincial sector departments, municipalities, and state entities to address systemic and operational challenges that hinder service delivery. And the forum deals with the following. It facilitates policy and planning alignment. Number 2, it enhances coordination and collaboration. Number 3, it promotes accountability and problem solving. Number 5, it drives service delivery acceleration. And number 5, it fosters whole of government partnership. And lastly, as the Honorable Ndlovu correctly said, we have reported on an IGR workshop we held with all municipalities where we're discussing resolving IGR problems affecting infrastructure. And we had also commissioned a research which has been done and is concluded, which details exactly what are the problems in municipalities affecting town planning and municipal approval. So, to that extent, Chair, I would like to conclude by saying the workshop and the research we have commissioned all help us to improve IGR relations with municipalities, and we're attending to these matters. Thank you.
Member Ndlovu, any supplementary or short remark?
Just a remark, Deputy Chair, that we welcome the response. Obviously, the understanding is that we all want to improve the delivery of the public value through cooperative efforts, and in some instances, it doesn't make sense delays in the infrastructure project as it relates to municipalities and issuance of compliance certificates and arrangements. But we welcome the response, and we hope to see the outcome of the research itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Ndlovu. Member Gentile, read your question.
I rise to ask the MEC of eGov the following questions. As we continue to advance digital transformation in Gauteng, it is crucial that we equip our young people with the skills required to thrive in the emerging gig economy. Investment in ICT skills development is essential to ensure that no one is left behind as we move forward with the digital transformation. Can the MEC for eGov and Research Development respond to the following questions regarding the empowerment of young people in the gig economy through ICT skills development program in the province? And question 1, may the MEC indicate how many young people in the province are expected to benefit from the new gig economy program that is initiated by the department? The second question, what will be the role of this new program in schools, particularly the schools in townships? Number 3, where will this program be implemented and what are its focus areas? And the last question, Slalo, what type of ICT skill development programs are being offered, particularly for young people in the province? I thank you.
MEC Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and thank you very much, Honourable Young Laba, Honourable Gentry, for the question. On question one, is that the department does not have a gig economy program. However, the department has an ICT skills development initiative that is implementing about 12,000 young people that are planned to benefit in this current financial year. During the first quarter, the department was able to train about 6,588 youth in the province in all 5 regions on cybersecurity, where 50 were chosen from this cohort to write the international hacking certificate, obtaining a certified cybersecurity technician certification. The department has trained 40 youth in Western area for the Microsoft certification Azure, a developer in Azure fundamentals. During the second quarter, the department further trained 2 schools in e-cadet learner teachers. 65 youth were trained on artificial intelligence program. 720 learners in Neguruleni and Sidibing schools were trained on artificial intelligence. An additional 4,000 youth will be trained online and physically for the remainder of the financial year. In the Sidibing area, the department will train 40 youth in data fundamentals and power business artificial data analysis. In this financial year, 200 ICT SMMEs will be supported through incubation and mentorship. This initiative focuses on bringing the digital divide in areas such as townships, informal settlement, and hostels. The department has targeted to train 400 youth, including the youth with disabilities, through the Youth Tech Expo initiatives, which was previously conducted in all 5 regions across Gauteng. This initiative provides the youth and communities with an opportunity to discover the program we provide as a department and exposure to provincial government services. On question 2, the department's ICT Skills Development Initiative is planning to provide 1, upskilling of youth, particularly in ICT initiatives; 2, SMME support to ICT entrepreneurs to assist them to start their businesses; 3, to create opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship through skills and training and business support. On question 3, the ICT Skills Development Program will be implemented in all 5 corridors within the Gauteng department. The Youth Tech Expo will be conducted on the 24th and 25th October in Tshwane, Winterveld to be precise, and in the West Rand, the date is still to be confirmed for this financial year. Our partners in the Expo is your Microsoft, FNB, Google, Siafunda, and other institutions of higher learning. On the SMME program, the department has planned the recruitment drives in Tembisa, Alexandra, Tshwane, and Mogale City for the ICT development programs. On question 4, the department has offered various ICT skills in different categories, and some are offered by our partners. We have provided the following skills: certified Azure fundamentals, Microsoft certification, Azure development, data fundamentals, power business, artificial intelligence, introduction to entrepreneurship, cybersecurity fundamentals, and other 4IR courses. The incubation, mentorship, and business support is offered by the department. The Youth Tech Expo offers the business of social media, cybersecurity awareness programs, and skills for the future. I hope the above is in order for you, Member. Thank you very much.
Member Gentile.
No additional question, Chair, but just to appreciate and welcome the response by the MEC. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Gentile and Member MEC Dlamini. Member Sesedinyane.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The Honorable MEC, the African National Congress notes and welcomes the department's continued effort to combat substance abuse and support sustainable recovery pathways for our communities. In light of the recent campaign to reconnect with the former drug rehabilitation substance users, could the MEC please answer the following question? What comprehensive mechanism has the department instituted to monitor and evaluate the long-term progress of beneficiaries once they have completed rehabilitation and aftercare program? 2, how will the department ensure that the envisaged skills development and training
intervention translate into sustainable economic participation and successful social reintegration for these former substance abuse users? Lastly, which intergovernmental partnership, as well as the collaboration with civic society and the private sector stakeholders, are being pursued to reinforce this initiative and to mitigate the risk of relapses? Thank you very much.
MEC Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and thank you very much to the question from Honorable Sesedinyane. Firstly, Chair, let me inform the House that on the 27th of October, we'll be doing a Tswada campaign, which is a massification of mass admission of those that need rehabilitation. So we wish to call upon members, if they know somebody somewhere, your relatives or in your communities and in your constituencies of people who might be needing help, that we'll be having almost 27 sites in the whole of Gauteng where those that seek help can actually be redirected to. We shall share that information with the legislature to ensure that it gets circulated to all the members. In responding to question from Honourable Member Sesedinyane on what comprehensive mechanisms has the department instituted to monitor and evaluate the long-term progress of beneficiaries. The aftercare program that the department does have, delivered by the department and funded, we are actually funding NPOs to be the ones that assist us to deliver that service. And is a long-term initiative aimed at helping service users to maintain sobriety after completing intensive treatment, including aftercare services. The program typically runs for a minimum of 8 to 12 months, and continuous tracking of service users is conducted even after the formal program has actually ended to ensure ongoing support. The department is also implementing a program where we have community activations which are aimed to track service users who have completed treatment, and as a result, they need aftercare, or just to check how are they doing and what it is that they are doing. So the primary objective is to assess their current needs and connect them with job opportunities or skills development programs. Those that are also on those services, we also offer recovering services and further encourage them to join support groups such as your AA and the NA, which is your Narcotics Anonymous. In responding to question number 2, how will the department ensure that the envisaged skills development and training interventions translate into sustainable economic participation and successful social integration for these former substance users? The department has reviewed its skills development program to ensure that the skills offered align with market demands or empower service users to even start their own businesses. The focus is primarily on the construction sector, where there is high demand for skilled labor, given the broader unemployment challenges that South Africa has, and the department is also prioritizing skills that promote self-employment and independent work. Service users who complete training are linked with agencies that assist them in securing funding to even start their own business, such as the NYTA or the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. In responding to question number 3 on intergovernmental partnerships, the department has partnered with the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, and the Department of Environment to assist in food production and also training users that have been admitted to rehabilitation centers to have skills that can actually empower them. The ongoing partnership with the Department of Labor also to profile service users and facilitate job placement for those with relevant skills. The private sector and civil society collaborations also, the department does have that working relationship, and it assists because we identify accredited training facilities and those that can do job placement for these service users. It is also currently exploring other partnerships with other private sector stakeholders, particularly for learnership and internship programs. Additionally, the department is also developing a public-private partnership policy to guide future collaborations. Once finalized and approved, the implementation will begin. At present, partnerships mainly are short-term, and as a result, they are concerning us, and we believe if we enter into long-term MOUs, we'll be able to place longer these beneficiaries. Siyabonga kakhulu, Somlo.
Siyabonga, MEC. Members of Sidinyane, do you have a short remark or further question?
No, thank you, Chair. It's just a short remark to really appreciate the work that the MEC would have done. In an actual fact, MEC, for the last 5 months, we have opened a rehabilitation center in Ward 21 in Kladi, Soweto. And it is this kind of a collaboration and partnership that we would want to see happening, especially for those young people who are going through their rehabilitation for purposes of ensuring that we avoid relapses and ensure that we continue to empower them. Thank you very much, Chair.
MEC? Okay. The Chief Whips agreed that our work ends at 2 o'clock. But MEC, I look at MEC Tlabel, I think I must allow her to ask the last question. Let me just be nice. I don't want to close. Eh? Okay, let's give a member member Du Plessis. This will be the last question. Member Du Plessis, please.
Thank you very much
Ask your last
for
question.
the opportunity, Deputy Chief Chairs. To the ABC for Roads and Transport, it has come to light that the manufacturing import license called the MIB that should take 2 to 6 weeks are now taking several months to be issued. Could the MEC please explain why this is the case? What has been put in place to address this? How are manufacturers notified about the delays? Was there a loss of revenue for both parties due to this action? And how will this be dealt with by the department going forward? Thank you.
MEC,
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Really appreciate it. And to Member Du Plessis, your statement is incorrect. The issuance of manufacturer, importer, builder licenses has never taken less than 60 days, as it is dependent on mandatory recommendations from both the national regulator for compulsory specifications called NRCS and the South African Police Service. The combined prescribed turnaround period for receipt of this recommendation is up to 60 days. So your source is not reliable. Stop relying on it. The department is expected to finalize the application within 30 days of receipt of the required recommendations. On question 2, the department is currently revising the standard operating procedure for the registration of MIB entities. As part of this process, the timelines and workflow stages are being reviewed to ensure predictability and accountability. Question 3, historically applicants were only informed of the status when they made inquiries. Under the revised SOP, defined turnaround times and communication obligations will be embedded to ensure proactive notification of application when delays occur. On question 4, no revenue loss is anticipated for either the department or the applicant, as applicants are not legally permitted to commence operations prior to the approval and issuance of the license. Question 5, the department will address the matter through the implementation of the revised SOP and by strengthening governance instruments, including the adoption of formal policies and service level agreements to enforce compliance with timelines and accountability at each approval stage. Please tell that source of yours not to mislead you. Thank you very much.
Member Du Plessis.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Just a short comment that, no, my sources are not wrong. I spoke to the HOD, I spoke to the department. There was a delay of 8 months. Geely applied in December this year, last year already. It was all signed off within the last 2 weeks. No, my sources are not wrong. There was, within the department, it was the sign-off was moved from the HOD to the DDG. They decided that there was not enough, I think it was around governance signed into the policy. They changed that, and that took 8 months. So no, my sources are not wrong. They're 100% correct, and I have this straight from the HOD as well as the department. Thank you.
Okay, MEC, you want to? Okay.
I think he's just grandstanding and there's nothing I can say to him. This is not true. Honorable member, don't lie to the House.
All right.
Don't lie to the House.
All right, thank you,
Member.
MEC. Thank you, MEC. Chief Whip, during lunch, member Dlamini, MEC Dlamini made a observation that at the National Assembly, once the time for questions is concluded, the remaining questions are converted to written replies. So, Chief Whip, I'm just putting it that it's something that we may have to look at. I'm saying MEC Dlamini, using his experience with MEC Shiniman, member Shiniman, using the experience as members of the National Assembly, indicated that at the National Assembly, once the time for oral questions is concluded, any remaining question is converted to written replies. I'm just putting it as something that we could adopt going forward, but it's something that we'll discuss as Chief Whips, or we can even include it formally in the standing rules. I'm just putting it out there as something as something to think about, because we're only left with 10 questions remaining. It would have been nice that these 10 questions we just, because the answers are already there in your presence. You can just hand them over to them. So that concludes the business of the day. The next sitting is in 3 weeks on the 11th of November. The House is now adjourned. Thank you.